Michael is going to chair session number 2. I'll chair sessions number 1 and 3. And the first session is 1151 Markham Road. From panel members, this is the first time this project has come before us, and there will be a vote at the end of this particular session. The application status is rezoning. Lash is the developer. I understand we'll have a presentation from Tyler of Community Planning and Kari from Urban Design, and then the proponent presentation will be made by Turner Fleischer. Just wanted to let you know that this is a 1 hour and 10-minute meeting, so one of our typical sort of meeting formats, with the vote being taken at the end. And staff will be given 10 minutes to make their presentation. And that will be followed by a 15-minute presentation by the consultant team. In both cases, at the last remaining minute of both of those presentations, I'll sort of gently butt in and tell you have 1 minute left. And then we will have questions of clarification and then discussion amongst the panel members. Just to remind everybody that this is being live streamed on YouTube, and it's also being recorded. And that recording can be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. I'm now going to move on to roll call. So panel members who are present, when I call out your name, if you could just confirm that you're here and indicate whether you have any conflict of interest. So I'm going to start with Jessica Hutchin.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you. And on to Sabella.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Sabella. And on to Michael.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Michael. George.
No conflict, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, George. Jim Melvin.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. And Jim Goff.
Present and no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. On to Joe.
Present, no conflict.
Thanks, Joe. Paul. No, is Paul stepped out from this one?
So,
whoops. Yes. Anna.
Present, no conflict.
Okay. Now, are there any panel members that I've missed? Raise your hand. Yell at me. No? Okay.
Is Heather not available for the session?
I understand to be confirmed. Is Heather here? I know there were some last minute changes in terms of attendance.
I don't see her.
No.
I thought Heather and Paul were coming back for this one.
So did I, yes.
Yeah, I have Paul. Okay. I don't have Paul and I don't have Heather. Okay. Why don't we continue, and then if they happen, Leanne, if you could just sort of check and see.
Here's Paul.
Did I see Paul?
Paul's there now.
Okay.
Yep.
Paul.
Present.
Present, no conflict.
conflict.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And then is Heather still in the ether? Perhaps. Okay. We're going to move forward then. Thank you, panel members. And we'll start with the staff presentation. As I mentioned, 10 minutes, and the 9-minute mark, I'll just let you know that you have a minute left. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tyler Hughes. I'm a senior planner in the central section in Scarborough, and I'm joined by my colleague Kari Katawi, a planner in urban design. And we will be presenting the rezoning application filed at 1151 Markham Road.
Sorry, you're cutting it out.
Oh, sorry, is my connection poor?
I can hear you.
Okay.
You can hear me? Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, just let me know if there's any issues.
I think it's Gordon's connection.
Okay, I'll just go over the site location. So the site is located at the southeast corner of the intersection of Markham Road and Ellesmere Road, which is to the south of the Highway 401, and is located on a block that has seen recent redevelopment activity, which will be discussed later in this presentation. So I will now go over the applicable planning policy as it relates to the application. So next slide. The site is designated mixed-use areas in the City of Toronto official plan, as are the properties immediately adjacent to the subject site. To the east, there are lands designated neighborhoods, and to the southwest, there are lands designated apartment neighborhoods, and to the
Okay.
northwest, there are lands designated general employment areas.
I'm sorry, Tyler, if you could hold for a second.
Yeah, no problem.
People that I can see on the screen, if you could tell me whether you were able to hear the beginning presentation, put your thumbs up if you have heard it. Has it been clear so far? It is okay. Okay, Tyler, if you could continue, please. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. So this is the planned right-of-way width map, map 3 in the official plan. So for both Markham Road and Ellesmere Road, the planned right-of-way width is 36 meters. And there is a site and area specific policy that applies to the subject site, which is site and area specific policy 322, and it forms the Markham Ellesmere revitalization area. And it establishes a planning framework to guide the revitalization of the area and individual redevelopment proposals. Some of the key objectives that are applicable to the site are new public road connections, establishment of a public square, encouraging commercial uses, improved pedestrian connections to public parks, and the adoption of urban design guidelines. So the Markham Ellesmere Revitalization Study Urban Design Guidelines were adopted by City Council in 2009. And these urban design guidelines support the site and area specific policies from SASP 322 and are intended to be used in the assessment of development applications within the plan's boundaries. In the guidelines, the site is labeled mixed use, with a portion of the site at the corner also labeled public square. So next slide, Kari, will go over the public square.
Okay, yeah, in terms of the public square was envisioned at the at this corner here of the intersection, and just taking a closer look at that, just seeing where it was demarcated to be, and here it's been hatched out, and that was a proposed location of the public square. However, there's a proposed Durham Scarborough BRDT, which will impact the proposed location of the plaza. Because the property lines associated with the corridor will impact where the park, or rather the urban plaza, was proposed to be able. So there's that impact, and just taking a closer look at that, here you can see the property line, the proposed property line marked in blue, kind of eats into where the plaza had been envisioned to be located. And just walking you through the site context. The development is located here. On the north, there's a petrol station, as well as here as well. And here, there's just a plaza and a proposed development for this plaza that's located here. There's some retail stores here. So it's quite an animated space. And just taking this image shows you what that looks like. This development has already been built, and this plaza, there's a proposed development, and you will see that from the 3D, and there are some apartment neighborhoods, and you can see how this site looks like. In terms of the views, this is a view. The top image is looking at the site, looking southwards. This is Ellesmere, and that is the property extending until where that tree is. That is the proposed location of the site. And then here from Markham Road, looking eastwards, and that's a location of the property with the driveway right there. Now, taking a closer look at the site from the street and from within the site, there appears to be, looking, for example, from Ellesmere here, you can see right through the site to the property beyond. And then here from the driveway on Markham Road, you can also see that. So the site has some innate physical and visual porosity. And we believe that these qualities of the site should be harnessed and also maintained to ensure the connectivity and sense of community is maintained, which is very much in line with the vision of the Markham Ellesmere Urban Design Guidelines.
So I'll now give a high-level summary of the application in the nearby development context. So the rezoning and site plan applications were submitted in May of 2022, and the proposal entails a 44-story building with retail at the ground floor. The proposed floor space index is 15.89 times the area of the lot, and the building is proposed to include 643 units. And as you can see here on this context plan, The proposal is on a block that has seen a lot of recent development activity, including an active application immediately bounding the site to the south and to the east at 1125 Markham Road. There's a park proposed as part of that application to the immediate east of the site as part of that 1125 Markham Road application. And if you go to the 3D image, you can see the current and potential development activity in the area. And as mentioned, this is the block that this proposal is located on has a number of proposed, approved, and built towers. You can see particularly to the south, there is that mentioned application 1125, but there's also a development that's under construction, mostly under construction at 1 and 2 Meadow Glen Place. And then further south, there's an approved development at 1035 Markham Road, and these are all located on the east side of the street.
And then in terms of the site organization, or rather the proposal that the applicant has provided, there appears to be a suggestion that the plaza would be here. It hasn't been explicitly shown on the plan or labeled as such, but given from the extensive paving and just the general materiality, they do seem to suggest that this is where the public plaza would be. However, we do feel that there's an opportunity for this urban plaza stroke pop space to be located on the eastern part of the development. This we feel would provide a better relationship of the pops would be better connected to the park that's going to be on the eastern side. And because this current proposal is proposing a pop space here, then there's that opportunity to also connect to that and just extend the public realm. That's one of the things that we feel very strongly about. And then the additional thing is that the site organization of this proposal should be reconfigured so that the spaces, the spaces or the grade uses at grade rather should be able to complement this plaza and animate it. So to provide a safe space, eyes on the streets as it were, and also just make it work better to animate the space there. And then in terms of the issues for design focus that we would like the DRP to provide some feedback on is in terms of the provision and the location of the urban plaza, or rather the pop space that will be integrated with the planned public realm, just kind of extending that network. And then again, also the new building will also feature very prominently at this corner within the Markham Ellesmere revitalization and urban design, where the vision was, and will form an important skyline. Therefore, the building should adhere to architectural design excellence, and as well as the site organization should be reworked so that the building can frame and animate the urban plaza.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks.
We're now going to move on to the proponent team presentation, and I'll just give the proponent leader a little bit of time to get it set up on the screen. And then once it is set up, you'll have a total of 15 minutes, and at the 14-minute mark, I'll break in to let you know that you have a minute left. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Russell Fleischer, principal at Turner Fleischer Architects, and we've been retained by Lash Developments to do the design, the architectural design and submission and approval at 1151 Markham Road. Thank you, Tyler, for the presentation, and I'll try not to repeat a lot so that I stick within the 15 minutes, and hopefully I'll finish a little bit earlier. Let me just get can you see my screen? Sorry. Okay, I can't get the full screen for some odd reason. So again, in the effort not to repeat, the site is located on the southeast corner of Ellesmere and Markham, with the entire block from Ellesmere all the way to Bremerton under development at different stages Some is under construction, some is under design, and some of it's under permit as well, with a couple of different developers. Just to home in on some of the context, what you see in red is buildings that are proposed at 31 stories and above. Starting from the south of Proponent, the 34-story, which is been approved. The one in orange, the 28 and 16 to the north are built and occupied. The southerly 28 and 14 are under construction presently. The 36, 34, and 19, where the park is proposed, is in for approvals. And our proposal right on the corner at the 44-story, which will make up the balance of the block, and all the infrastructure. And in keeping with the Markham and Ellesmere revitalization, that area is obviously noted for the tallest tower, and that's our proposal, to locate the tallest building on this real prominent corner. Just working on the earlier presentation and the stuff that I showed you previously, 34 stories on the right-hand side, working to what we're indicating in blue at 44 stories, and then sort of lower densities or lower heights as you travel south along Markham Road. I think it's important to understand that there's a proposed park immediately adjoining us, and the mention was about the corner plaza on the corner of Ellesmere and Markham. We've allowed for space for that within the right-of-way, but obviously the major attention is the park to the immediate east of us, and our intention to expand on the park and work obviously together with the city and how we deal with the POPs and connections to the site to the south. As you can see from the site plan, the building's obviously located up at the corner, meeting the majority of the tall building guidelines with separation distances, etc. What you see on the top of the page with the proposed park is an intended park expansion that we provide in, and a POPs area fronting onto Ellesmere Road. Along the frontages along Ellesmere and Markham, there's generous sort of boulevards with a building face along Ellesmere to curb line of about 10 meters. And similarly along Markham Road, a little bit less at 9 meters, but the intention is obviously to align the buildings that are to the south of us, the future development, and the existing infrastructure that's been accommodated. On the corner, due to obviously the nature, we've stepped the building back a little bit to create a gesture of a plaza, but as I say, there's a relationship of the corner as well as the relationship to the park, which will work together as well. Ground floor, we're locating retail, obviously to accentuate the corner and Markham Road. We feel that's the major retail area, and it continues this retail node to the south, which I believe was in front of the design review panel previously. The lobby area fronts onto Ellesmere and fronts onto this open space, not a POP, but an open landscape space. And then obviously a park expansion that we're proposing along the existing park. Single access point, there are 2 access points at the moment, which will be off Markham Road, sort of drop off, and obviously loading and garbage, and the ramp down to the underground parking, and this sort of open sort of vista area that was suggested earlier. Going up to the second floor, we have amenity and obviously some bike areas, etc. Working our way up the tower, the podium. So we have an 8-story podium with a 6-story piece. We step the building back at that point, which becomes the tower, as you can see dotted above. So these are the some of the podium levels. Working our way sort of up the building again. Just some of the typical floors, which go up to floor 28, where above 28 at 29, we have a prominent step. And considering that in the section, as you can see, retail at grade, the base building, and I'll show a bit on the architectural articulation where it goes from 6 to 8 stories, creating a relationship with some of the built form and the future buildings. We create a break at floor 29, and then a further sort of articulation at floor 38, which is working to create the top of the building, as well as a relationship to some of the towers that exist or will be future in the neighborhood as well. We don't keep all the amenity at the same area. The amenity we meet the requirements of a total of 4 square meters of internal and external, but sort of spreading it out, 2nd floor, 9th floor, and then closer to the top. Moving along, this is the landscape intention. So obviously playing with landscaping, with paving and different paving patterns, but extending the boulevard into where our drop-off area is, into where the access is as well. So it all reads as more of a public zone, even though it is a drop-off area. There's not that much parking being provided and not that much traffic generated from the building, but trying to create this sort of private-public linkage in terms of the landscape design, and boulevard trees, which is patterns already being set up along Markham and Ellesmere as well, which we just continuing with. Moving on to the architecture, we felt it was really necessary to do a really strong base, and intention is to use obviously a brick base, which we felt was appropriate. And as you can see, there's an 8-story portion and a 6-story portion. So immediately to the south of us, there's a 6-story podium proposed for those future towers, and further south, where the 28-story towers are, that has an 8-story base. So we're trying to be sort of agile and link between the two of them at this corner, where we do turn the corner with the 8 and 6-story base. As you can see on that corner, even though we're not providing that that much public space because of the relationship to the park, we are accentuating that important corner and trying to carry that rounded edge of the retail all the way up in the tower, to lengthen the tower, to emphasize the tower as much as possible and create this really strong corner element. All the balconies on the north and west face are all inset, a little bit different on the south and east as they address sort of a different context, but the idea is to obviously create as smooth a tower as possible and not broken up with outset balconies and smaller elements. As noted earlier, on the 29th story, that creates a relationship to the 28-story buildings, and then dealing with the top of the building as well at the 38th floor, which relates immediately to the south of us to 36 or 37-story building that is proposed on that site as well. So buildings articulated very simply, again, to reinforce the verticality of it and reinforce this permanent corner, simplistic in terms of a grid that's been set up over the building, but accentuated and broken in a few places, and trying to show this in this sort of the vague diagram of what happens at those breaks. So as you can see, the corner rounding and that corner element is strongly emphasized, and then it's sort of 29th and 38th floor sort of breakaway, creating a sort of more simpler glass pattern, but which will help with the precast and the grid that we're trying to create over the entire building. And then obviously zooming in a little bit on the corner of how we deal with that and how we express this intersection, which obviously has a lot of priority. The step that you see on the 6th floor is breaking up the massing to relate to what happens to the south of us, and this articulating the ground, which is important where the retail is going to be, and obviously the lobbies, and creating sort of it is a big building on this corner, so creating some of that grade-related pedestrian environment. I think I'm within the time frame. If I spoke too quickly, I apologize. And open to questions and obviously hear some feedback.
Okay. Thank you very much, Russell. That's great. We're now going to move on to panel questions of clarification. Members, you can ask them towards the phone.
You're cutting out, Gordon.
It's your virtual hand.
Not sure if anybody can hear Gordon. I can't hear Gordon any longer. Anybody else?
No, I can't either, Joe.
No, he disappeared.
Michael, do you want to take over asking questions?
Sure can. So Joe, did you want to go first with questions? And then
No, I did have two questions,
I'm having some
Michael, if that's
difficulty on
okay.
this end.
yeah, yes, go ahead. And Gordon, the signal seems to be a bit weak. If it's okay, I'm gonna take the questions, and maybe a reboot might be needed on your side. So go ahead, Joe, followed by George.
Sorry, Michael, can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
This sounds like a phone commercial. Great, I think I've got it back again then.
Okay.
Unfortunately, but we'll go with what the person you had just mentioned should speak first.
Joe, then George, then Jim.
Great.
And Paul.
Yes, thanks. Thank you. For the applicant and perhaps the city team, I'm having some difficulty understanding what I would call the larger public realm plan. I don't know whether I appreciate towards the end of the city presentation, there was a proposal for a location of the POPs. And then we had the applicant's proposal. I'm asking if possible, if both the applicant and the city team could help me and perhaps others understand the public park that was mentioned. If I understand to the east and perhaps south, the orientation was not completely clear in the presentation of where was north all the time. So I'm confused on that. Apologies on that. That may be my mistake. So I'm really trying to understand the context of this project within a public realm plan and what this specific site is contributing to that public realm. My impression is that there's a minimum 12.5 meter setback from tower to side yards. And so that doesn't allow for a lot of contribution to public realm. So I'm not clear on what area is being contributed to POPs. How does this project contribute to a larger vision for this neighborhood that's emerging? Perhaps I'll pause there. Thank you.
Would it
Thanks,
help
everyone.
if shall I share the screen?
You want to answer that, or Harry, or do you want me to?
Who would like to go
I can
first?
speak to that.
Okay, if you could start.
Just to give some context, the Markham Ellesmere revitalization study didn't provide much direction in terms of the public realm. So there wasn't direction for park space. Really what it marked out was, and for this particular site, was an urban plaza at the corner to mark the corner, because that was the main intersection within the study area. And so in terms of the public realm, we're trying to integrate the idea of a urban plaza with some of the public realm elements that we're achieving to the south with 1125 Markham.
Joe, does that answer your question?
I think it's easier if you go to that earlier plan that you had, that overall one.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'll have to just run through it. Don't. Okay. Let me just try.
And I think it will help Joe
Okay.
for us to answer his question.
Okay, fine. I'll go to that.
Appreciate that, you guys. Appreciate the effort. Most appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, Sasha, do you want to go again, or shall I?
Yeah, that's really good. Maybe this plan. This plan. May I just ask? The red line is the application today, and on the upper side of the red plan, that looks like it's a park plaza adjacent to Ellesmere, beside an 8-story building. Could somebody describe that and just better describe that for my edification? Most appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. So this development, can you see my mouse? My cursor, rather? Okay, fine.
No.
Okay, so north of the red line is the park, and that park is proposed in line with the proposal that you can see on the right of your screen, where you see the 8-story, the 9-story, the 37-story, and the 34-story. So the park comes in relation with that proposal. Now, this proposal that I've just mentioned has an open space in the middle, which is actually acting as a POP. So it's a publicly accessible, privately owned, but publicly accessible open space. And it's adjacent the proposal, which is before you today, the 43-story development. So our thought as a city was, and if I'll just go to the next slide, just give me a minute. So this is the proposal that is before you. And so what the city is saying is, now you can see that the proposal that I just mentioned that is right now on the east, or rather on the right of your screen, but which is on the south of Markham. And what we're proposing is the development that instead of having the ramp to the underground parking here, and instead of having this transformer location where the applicant has proposed, could this entire area become a plaza, a POPs of some sort? And then that way it would have a better relationship to the development adjacent it, and also it would add something to the park on the east. So it would just create a better relationship. So that's in terms of the bigger public realm idea. And then that's not sufficient because the ground floor uses of the development needs to kind of add to that. So those two elements, just reworking that open space and then also the site organization.
Joe, does that answer your question?
It does, and I'm just wondering, Gord, through you, Mr. Chair, whether the applicant may also want to add to what we've just heard, and why this isn't a good idea. May I ask the applicant? Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Just as one, keep that drawing. That's fine. Just you can go to one of the or that earlier drawing. So Joe, just so that you understand, north is, I think there was a bit of confusion. The park is on the east side, north is to the left. And because of the long size of the site, it's orientated in a east-west direction. So I think there was a bit of confusion there. So Markham Road runs north-south, so the left is north. So
thank you.
If you want me to comment on this, what I intend,
Sorry to butt in for a moment. Typically, our questions are questions of clarification and not going into response back and then going into almost like a mini design session. And I apologize for butting in, but that otherwise we'd have a totally additional session here. Joe, does that clarify the questions that you had? Yes. Okay. Thank you. And then I'm sorry, I've lost the order of people. I see George, Paul, and Jim. Am I missing anybody, Michael? No? Okay, we'll go now to George.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My friend, Mr. Lobko, I think has got at most of my question, but I guess I would just go back to the city for just a second. Your alternate proposal, is the green square that you're showing size determinative, or it's simply an area that you would like to see some rethinking done? Because there is a parking ramp in that location. Is this a size requirement that you're looking for, or a functional requirement related to that pop space? Carrie or Tyler, either, doesn't matter.
Okay, I think we're looking for a rework in terms of the entire floor plan, and in terms of the space, we want the plaza to be something that is functional. So as opposed to it being narrow strip, which cannot be programmed or really used, and hence the suggestion that it takes on the space that we have marked on. Of course, there is room for discussion, but that's it, and it's very conceptual at this point. But yes, we do foresee it taking majority of that space for it to be functional or at least usable.
Right. So if I'm to understand, you're trying to recapture the plaza that once was on one of the alternate corners a little further away from the corner by combining the existing park, and it was effectively a fairly large open space from this development in the same location.
Yes, I would say that's
Got it. Okay. Then I just have one tiny little question. The building next door, where is the retail around this corner? Is it up Ellesmere or is it on Markham Road? Is there any other retail related to the street where people are shopping?
Markham Road's the main retail street. There's very limited, there's very limited. There's no retail. There's a mosque, there's a park, proposed park, and then a mosque, and then single-family homes further to the east. So the main retail stretch is Markham Road.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. We'll move on to Paul next.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if the proponent could maybe put up the landscape plan and walk us through a little bit specifically the edge conditions as proposed along, really, I guess it's the south and the east side. So I see there's some tall grasses proposed. Are there fences? Is there a grade change, a curb? How would one experience that walking across that line at the various different points in the perimeter to the park and to the developments to the south, I guess? Thank you. Russell, I believe you're muted.
Yeah, sorry, I've got it on another screen now. So the intention is there's very little grade change around the perimeter of the site. So what the intention is, this sort of gray area that you can see there is intended to be an extension of the park. The POPs area would be here. This is where the ramp that the city are discussing with us, and this is kind of that overall view corridor space. So there's intended to be no change in grade. The paving's intended to be continuous. This is in front of the lobby here, so there'll be a variety of planting, obviously typical street trees and benches. We have access here, vehicular access with a drop-off area contained underneath the building with further sort of loading and obviously where the ramp is. There'll be drop curbs, but no intended full curbs between the private and the public property. So it will all be just continuous and obviously playing with different paving, different colors of paving and different paving patterns as well.
Paul, does that answer your question?
If you could just add, Russell, the boundary between your driveway, I guess, and the proposal to the south, how does that paving change? Is there a break where you've got grasses?
Over here, there'll be a curve here, and then obviously will be a curve to the south here. This is the south, and this is a landscape connection from Markham Road to the park and sort of that inner walkway that we were showing earlier of the property to the south. So there'll probably be a fence as well.
Does that answer your question, Paul?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you both. And then on to Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question for the proponent. Does the building location respect the new property line layout for the BRT going forward?
Yes, it does. We've included all future road widenings, etc. So it does.
Thank you.
Okay. And I just have one question. The development to the south that wraps around on the east, is it the same developer or a different developer than the one of the project that we're looking at now?
It's a different developer.
A different developer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Immediately to the south is a different developer, and then the ones that are built and under construction are the same developer. This is the actual site where the sales office is now. For the balance, for the immediately south is different, but all the buildings further south all the way to Bremerton is the same developer.
Great. Thank you very much. Panel members, any other questions before we move into discussion? I don't see any further hands. So what we're going to do next is we're going to move into discussion. Give me just a moment here. I have a proposed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I'm missing somebody. I'm going to propose that the discussion order would be the following. George, and then Anna. Now I may have, with some of these late minute changes, I may have some names here that are no longer on the list, but I'll just read it out to you to begin with. George, then Anna, then Jim Melvin, Paul, then Jessica, then Joe, and then, oh, let me back up here for a second. My apologies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 people. Okay, we're going to start with Jessica, then Sabella, then Michael. We'll move on to George, Jim Melvin, and Jim Goff, then Joe, and Paul, and Anna. So we'll start with Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. The success of this project seems to really hinge on all 4 edge conditions and sort of the details of those. My comments today are really going to focus on the public realm and site organization. You know, at first glance, looking for a POPs in Urban Square was difficult to find, and you know, looking for notations of any sort indicating these kind of offerings was difficult. And sort of further to an earlier question about understanding how that larger public realm network was working, that was sort of lacking in the package for me, and I think is really critical for this project and the future of this corner. With that future BRT, the corner location, obviously for the urban square, it doesn't seem to work anymore. You know, I still think it's an area that could use some landscape features to help make that space feel less empty and feel like a you know, a quality space to be in. So let's not turn our backs on that. But again, you know, as I worked my way through the project at the northeast corner, you know, looking at it initially, it only seems to serve residents as it's sort of tucked behind a transformer and a ramp, and you know, it really wasn't welcoming from the street, wasn't supported by retail. So I was kind of like, okay, well, this really isn't the POPs. Understanding now that the, you know, the city has made a different suggestion. I think in order for it to really be a useful POPs with a direct connection to the park, there's really significant changes that are needed. The transformer obviously needs to find a new home, and that connection between residential entrance and the park needs to be really strong. Right now, the internal layout of the building, you have, you know, residents may be entering and exiting out of a north lobby entrance. It's sort of tucked away. It's not really visible from Ellesmere, and with the transformer, really visible from the park either. It's got a real back of house feel as it is. And again, that air shaft really, again, disconnecting the lobby from that space. So a lot of work I think needs to happen there. In terms of the idea of pulling retail all the way across Ellesmere there, again, I'm not 100% sold. I think the main entrance to a residential building needs to be on a street frontage. So again, some really detailed, you know, investment in the program there I think are needed. And then next, quickly comment on the boulevards. I'd love to have sort of seen a diagram that more explain more of the impact of that BRT on the proposed landscape. And so I'm still a little fuzzy on what the impact is, and is there a cycle lane, and what does that do to what you're proposing, and what is the eventual outcome for this streetscape. But in the interim, I like that you're trying to create places to sit along the boulevards. However, the tree planting seems terribly fragile, far too restricted. You know, looking at the landscape plan, it's very gray. It needs lots more green here. You know, along Markham, the pedestrian flow from adjacent clearways crashes right into trees that are in grates. So you've just got sort of 3 trees floating in hardscape. I think the boulevard here is wide enough to support planting and trees planted in planted boulevards, while still providing space for TGC users and avoiding the water main below. And then again on Ellesmere, just small raised planters. Let's make them big. Let's make them strong, full of wonderful planting, providing a wonderful condition for pedestrians along that stretch of Ellesmere. And then finally, for the vehicular drive aisle, if it was labeled on the southern edge, I really think that you need to really work with what's happening to the south and what that POPs is doing and how the two speak to one another. You know, separation with a fence and how that makes people feel in that space needs to really be explored further. So I think there's much improvement to be made with regards to the public realm and street frontages, and trying again to make meaningful connections through this planned public network here. I look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. The next panel member would be Sabella. And just to let all panel members know, if you can self-manage your time, about 3 minutes per person. If you could do that, that'd be great. And over to you, Sabella.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree with many of the comments that Jessica made. And I found that the presentation was hard to sort of fit the BRT suggestions along the streets in with this application. But when I studied it a little further and added up all the new proposed lanes and that central island in the BRT, it seems that they will occupy all of the 36 meters within the right of way and leaving no room for street trees along Ellesmere. And I think it's unfortunate that with all the new people that will be living in this area, that the streetscape will be so minimal. On Markham Road, there's an indication for trees, but if the bus stop stays there, they usually have a requirement that leading up to the bus stop, I think there's an area of 18 meters that cannot have trees. So again, this intersection would have no trees on Markham or on Ellesmere. So I think that with all the improvements for commuters, I feel the pedestrian realm will be really bleak. I agree with Jessica that the main entrance should be on one of the main streets for this building. I don't really feel it all needs to be lined with retail, but I think pedestrian animation along those frontages is highly important. Almost more important than widening and creating that pops. I think it needs to be studied in great detail how the frontages will look. I'm not keen on the transformer along that frontage either, and it would be nice if they could contribute parkland to the park, and that would be safe, but I just feel the streetscapes are really neglected and need to be studied in great detail. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sabella. Moving on to Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the presentation. What a neighborhood in dramatic transformation, soon to be a village of its own, with all the density, access to transit, obviously requiring a very close scrutiny of the public realm, and that's really going to be my focus for my comments. I agree largely with Jessica and Sabella about the public realm. I'm going to focus just a little bit on the southwest corner of the property, and that is the connection between the developments to the south and this development. There is what appears to be, in the proposal anyway, a greening of that area with a pedestrian footpath to the west. But one sees an emerging continuous street face along the buildings to the south. This building steps forward by about a half a bay, 3 to 5 meters out into that zone, and gets as close to the property line as it can to the south, understandably. But the net result of that misalignment, number one, and number two, the automobile drop-off zone, as well as the automobile access to the ramp zone, yields a very fragile public realm, in my opinion. And where, especially in an area that would seem to me to be very much in need of the public realm definition being much more strong than it has been in the past. So my encouragement would be to suggest that the strong definition of the westerly public realm be a priority in the project, that the edge making at grade, not only above grade, be a priority, and for the lower parts of the building, that the building could even extend even closer to the property line, in order that a street wall and even the equivalent of a party wall condition on that south face of the development contribute to continuity of the public realm. Then I would also encourage that the vehicular movement areas on that southwest corner be strongly reconsidered so that it isn't a void for the pedestrian, but that whether it's retail, amenity, something provides continuity of public experience along that edge. So I would say that in in combination with supporting the proposed replanning to incorporate the POPs and incorporate the retail, would wholeheartedly transform this plan to one that recognizes the public realm more strongly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Michael. Moving on to George.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with other panel members, and these are always interesting to look at because it's a very large building, but effectively it's actually a very small site. And I think that the problem here is not irreconcilable, but it does need a better site plan. I would go back to the original documentation. I think you said it was from 2009. Which was looking to put something on the corner. Now, I recognize, having read the documentation a minute ago, that it was supposed to be a POPs. It wasn't intended to be a public park, but this location for a long time has had a public square notion put to it. It's interesting, the documentation says it could actually be somewhere else other than the corner. You're supposed to work this out with adjacent developments as they come forward. So that's a pretty reasonable thing to me. I think now that you have the clarity of what's going on adjacent to you, and that there is a public park, which I always consider to be better than a POPs, which is being pushed in place from adjacent developer. I think getting continuity between these spaces is really important for people who live there. There's nothing weirder than not having things aligned up or not being able to walk from one to the other. So that needs resolution. I don't know whether the size determination as proposed by the city is in fact the solution to it, but I do think the continuity between this site, which was intended to be a public square back in 2009, which I guess is 14 years ago, in concert with what has been negotiated with the development immediately adjacent, and the provision of a public park needs work. And I think that should be solved, before this site plan continues to go further, because as Sabella has said, some of the places that could be used for that public realm have transformers and parking ramps and other things in them. I don't believe this is something that you can't reconcile, but I do think it's pretty important.
George, you're muted.
If Markham Road has retail adjacent with some of the suggestions that Michael are making, it may make more sense to have retail consistent with each other along that public realm. It's just the way shopping, kind of works. I think the design of the park, the modification of this area around this building can probably work itself out without necessarily having to move the retail. It needs a new site plan. I think it needs a site plan which reconciles the nature of the spaces that the people who live here are going to use. And it's confusing enough to people to have to use POPs as their open space, but when it's disconnected, in my mind, it becomes even more so. So I would really encourage some kind of resolution of these spaces out of this site plan. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, George. Moving on to Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too agree with all of the comments from my fellow panelists. I think part of the problem is that the developments, when we get into these further reaches of the city, we still continue to plan in a suburban way. And if I look at this development of 600 plus units, that could be a new population of 1,000 people. And yet we still provide about a quarter of the site for vehicle movements and turning and hard surfaces related to cars. I think that's why the site plan needs to be reevaluated so that there can be more space given over to pedestrians. And I endorse the city's option that looks at on the east side providing a connected green space to this building and to the park, and continuing to the south. Most of the other comments regarding the edges to Markham and Ellesmere, I will leave those as stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Moving on to Jim Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I agree basically with everything that the other panel members have been saying. I think it is very important to have a larger open space that people can use that's functional, and I think to do that you really do need to move the transformer to make this more useful and attractive to the community. With that large population planned on this block and adjacent blocks, as Jim was kind of getting to, it's really imperative, I think, to do something that's not just the basics of putting a little bit of public space down, to try to make this into something where people really will walk and use the neighborhood. You need to take that extra step and make a really attractive, functional space available for the residents. Jessica made some excellent points about the details, and I certainly do agree with what Sybil mentioned regarding the need for an attractive shaded streetscape along Ellesmere. That I think will be very important going forward to kind of tame this whole area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. We'll move on now to Joe.
I also agree with almost everything that has been said before, including, I think, perhaps it was Sabella's impression of the current proposal as bleak, unfortunately. And through you, Mr. Chair, I think the current proposal sorely lacks the influence of a landscape architect that I think is really critical. I, like Jim Melvin, endorse the city's general approach, and would just suggest when you propose a 44-story building on a very, very tight site with very minimal site dimensions, and you basically aren't contributing to the public realm of the community, then you've got to reconsider what you're up to. This isn't just a density grab. You have to contribute to the community. And so the contribution here is not nearly substantial enough. And I think city staff's proposals are candidly just reasonable. There's nothing exorbitant about them at all. And I would strongly recommend a fundamental rethink of the site plan, a strong influence of the landscape architect, and a substantial expansion of what is currently being considered as public realm or pop space. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Joe. We're going to move on next to Paul.
Thank you, Gord. I'll be brief. I'll echo almost everything everybody said, and focus in on the point that the streetscape is not lacking in detail, right? We've got every paving stone's been identified and every pedestrian clearway dimensioned at the absolute minimum of 2.1 meters. We have a mirror on the top of the parking ramp with the flashing light identified, and so the details are all there. The problem is that they ignore the context. They ignore the dimensions that are shown on the BRT drawings that were shared by staff. They're showing they are missing the cycle tracks. They're showing bike parking in places where other things are planned. They ignore the coordination with the neighbors to the south, a fence, a driveway with a fence, and then followed by another muse is precisely the kind of piecemeal planning and design that we're trying to avoid and fix in the third presentation that we'll be talking about in Jane Finch 30 years later. So it'd be a shame to repeat those mistakes today. And so I just encourage you to take that level of detail and look at all the comments that were provided by others, and really look at a way that site plan can be organized and ultimately coordinated with its context and actually the planned context, as well as simple things like the entrances to and from the park on the north versus the transformer, etc., and all the way through those details. But precision is not accuracy, I guess, and so we're very precise, but we're precisely pointing in the wrong direction. And so I just look for you to add a little bit of precision in an understanding of context at the same time when it comes to the landscape. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And finally, last but not least, Anna.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation, Russell. I'll be brief because I think a lot has been said and I agree with most of it. I think the primary challenge you have here, Russell, is it's a very small site and there's a lot of expectations being put into it. So I think perhaps thinking of and prioritizing what's the most important thing that you're trying to achieve here might help you organize it better. So if you're prioritizing pedestrians, how would you organize those spaces around that? And I would question whether this is a place where you want both retail and residential uses at grade. I think they're fighting for space and also fighting for entry sequences. So I think if you were to consider if this is a good place for retail a little bit more deeply, that might lead you to a better organization of the ground floor. I do think that sometimes in condos these kind of retail spaces can be orphaned out of context with other without like a high street to support them. I think Joe used the word bleak in reference to the urban realm. I'm sorry, but I would extend that use of that word to the materiality of the building as well. I think it's very hard and gray. There is quite a bit of glass. So I think there are some consideration of the window to wall ratio. Perhaps there's a way to reduce the amount of glass, I think, on this tower. I think responsible design going forward really expects us as designers to really reduce the amount of glazing on buildings. And also at the base of the building, it's very hard and dark. Perhaps some consideration for richer materials, especially at the base of the building where there will be quite a bit of pedestrian life, would bring a bit more richness to this corner. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Anna. Now, it's interesting when we do a review. I know one of the questions that came up from the staff was about the architectural excellence in terms, I think partially in terms of the tower design, but I think all the conversation was really much more fundamental, and that is right down to ground level. And I think the panel members have been very clear in terms of their assessment. And it's kind of interesting to see how this has happened. I mean, this is a site that is extremely challenging. It's on the edge of at the corner of two very busy streets, quite wide, with changes being made to it, and and all along through that, it struggles to try to create a positive relationship with the rest of this, the rest of the site. And I call the site the actual block itself that includes the development to the south and then also along the eastern side as well. And I think in the comments that have come through from panel members, really redesigning the site itself, but redesigning it fully with the entire context surrounding is really important, because this site has no backyard. It is in the round, literally. There's public realm all the way around on all sides. And yet what we're seeing and commenting on is that there's conflict with the ability to create a successful public realm on all sides. And that's really important. And we're also seeing in this very small site with many uses pumped into the floor plate, especially at ground level. I think, as somebody just said, you've got to make some decisions. You can't have it all. And that really, I think, as members have identified, points to a complete sitting down and redesigning it from the goals of what needs to be done, that it needs to be a high quality public realm all the way around, even with all the difficult and challenging context that you have on different sides. It needs to flow, it needs to integrate, it needs to weave into the rest, so that there is no notice that there is a back to this site, that there is a back to this building. And with that, there are incredible challenges. You may have to think about how vehicular movement moves into this building, how it gets back out again, whether it can actually rely on typical traditional use of ramps, or whether it needs to, based on the tightness of the site and the closeness to the roads, that you may have to think of different ways in which to park cars, as an example. So I think that sort of encapsulates some of the things. We're keenly interested in this being a successful building. It is at a prominent corner, and it deserves to be signature, as the city has identified. It has a long way to go, and I think you've got some pretty clear comments that have come back from the panel. Before we close off on this session, we are going to hold a vote, and Leanne, if you could put up on the screen the first review vote information, that would be great. Excellent, thank you very much. So panel members, just to remind you, there is a, whoops, there it is, vote for support or non-support. And you, instead of reading the entire thing, I think the panel members know what it means relative to support versus non-support. In the vote of support, there may at times be where there's a few key conditions that need to be tackled, and then you sort of use that as a conditional to the vote of support. So I'll ask first if there are any panel members that wish to add any key conditions to a vote of support. And if you raise your virtual hand, if you do have any suggestions, and I'm just doing a quick scroll through here. I do not see anybody doing that. So I'm going to call the vote. And what I'll do is I'll call your name. Just take my piece of paper here. And as I call your name, you tell me whether you're voting support or non-support. I will start with Jessica.
Non-support.
Thank you. Sabella.
Non-support.
Michael.
Non-support.
Thanks, Michael. George.
Non-support, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. Jim Melvin.
Non-support.
Jim Goff.
Non-support.
Thank you, Jim. Joe.
Non-support.
Paul.
Non-support.
And Anna.
Non-support.
Okay. So voted. Thank you very much to both the staff team for the presentation today and to the proponent. We definitely look forward to seeing this come back again. And again, it's been live streamed. You can access the information, and there will be minutes and also a chair summary that will be coming your way. Thanks very much. We have time for a short break, 1:53. The next next session begins at 2:15. So you have a few minutes to grab a coffee, go to the washroom, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Michael, we're all alone. Where's our friends?
No, you're never alone.
Oh, there's Gordon. Yeah. Oh, you're on mute, I think, Michael. I can't hear you.
I think you're muted.
We're just unusually prompt. That's the issue.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just talking to my grandson who's 5, and he answered the phone and said, "Hey, dude."
Starts early.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Hey, dude, he said, yeah.
Isabella, how are you?
Michael, thank you for stepping in when the IT sort of went sideways.
No problem. That all worked out well.
I think so.
Yeah, and you're with no camera, you're perfectly audible.
Yeah, and it's a very weird situation to be in because you're not sure whether what you're seeing on the screen is actually frozen or not because there were people moving.
Right.
Anyhow, the short of it is having a backup is very important.
It sure is. Yes. Good.
Right.
Good.
You know, I was having terrible difficulty. I live in the city, right? But like fairly close to downtown. I was having terrible problems, and I switched to Bell fiber optics because they came and put it in our neighborhood. It's absolutely flawless.
Oh, yeah.
It's
I've been
just
hearing that.
flawless. It's really incredible. And it's a tiny little line, Sabella. It comes into a box. It's about 4 inches square, and then they feed it from there. But it's flawless. It's really extraordinary.
Oh, good. Oh, good, good. Well, if that's one anxiety I don't miss, which is when we're working from home, the anxiety of the internet connection
Yeah,
being less good than
yeah,
the one in the office. But
yeah.
so far, well, wired connection in the office is flawless, but our Wi-Fi can sometimes be a little fussy. So I've been told that we are going to take a minute at the beginning of this second presentation to do the land acknowledgement.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll do that, and we'll start that promptly at 2:15, if that's okay, Christina.
And Michael, I don't know, you know, not to disrupt the order, but I think Joe asked some very interesting questions about the economics of and the
Yeah.
order of,
Yeah.
which is so important to all of this. I was reading through the information in the break, and as part of the study, it's there. I'd really love to know more about that this time because, you know, last time it certainly proved to be interesting. There's a lot of development being proposed all around this thing currently, you know, but they go fast and these things go slow. So I don't know how we tease that out. I see Carlo is on the channel, but I'd love to know a little more about that. I think it would be important.
And a reminder to everyone from the city is that, of course, we're live streaming to YouTube right now.
Yeah.
So we've got a minute to go. I'm going to wait for Christina. And I'm not seeing her on the screen. Oh, there she is. Hello, Christina.
She's up over. Yeah, she's there. Hey, Christina.
And do we have our quorum yet? I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 8. We have quorum. We can begin. Christina, would you like to take a land acknowledgement, please?
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. I also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and is within the territory of the Dish with One Spoon Treaty. Thanks.
Thank you, Christina. Welcome everyone to this afternoon's design review panel. This is the second session on Thursday, January 26th. This is agenda item number 2, Davisville Yard and McBrien Building, the feasibility study. So thank you for participating. This is a city study and it's the first review of the Davisville Yard McBrien Building study. We have an hour and 20 minutes scheduled for the review. It's a formal review session. There is no vote on this session. Staff and consultants have been given a 30-minute period for a combined presentation. Discussion will follow the presentation. And a reminder, this session is being live streamed on YouTube and being recorded. The recording will also be available on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. So I'm going to ask panel members to advise if they're present and if they have a conflict of interest as I do the roll call. So to begin with, Jessica.
Present, no conflict.
Sabella.
Present, no conflict.
George.
George Dark, Mr. Chair, no conflict.
Jim Melvin.
I'm present, but I have a conflict. I'll just listen in.
Thank you. Jim Goff.
Present and no conflict.
Joe Lobko.
Present, no conflict.
Paul Kulik.
Present, no conflict.
Anna and Heather, I believe, are not present because they have a conflict. Gordon.
Present, no conflict.
Thank you, Gordon. So for panel members, a couple of reminders. Don't forget the staff questions. Provide commentary on issues of concern and appreciation. Please, in your commentary, address the chair. And to the presenters, remember that I'll introduce the 1-minute verbal signal to wrap up the presentation. And so finally, we can begin the presentation. City planning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So yes, we're here today to present Next Stop Davisville, 1900 Yonge Street and Davisville Yard feasibility study. And this is our first meeting with the DRP. My name is Svetlana Lavrentьeva, and I'm a senior urban designer with strategic initiatives. With me today is David Collins, who is from Zeidler Architecture. We're going to present today together, but we are presenting on behalf of a much larger team. City Planning and CREATEO are working together in partnership with the TTC, PFNR, Heritage Planning, Transportation, and other city divisions and agencies on the decking feasibility study of the Davisville Yard and the conceptual redevelopment plan for the McBrien site. On the aerial photograph, the McBrien site is located at number 1, right at the corner of Yonge and Chaplin, which is also Davisville to the east. Number 2 is the TTC Davisville Maintenance Yard, and number 3 is the TTC Subway Trench, which runs from Chaplin to Imperial Street. These study areas have been identified through existing policy direction through the Parks and Public Realm Plan, Yonge and Eglinton Secondary Plan, and Modern TO programs. As I mentioned, the location of the 1900 Yonge building is right at the southwest corner of Yonge and Davisville. It is an existing mid-rise office and currently a TTC headquarters. The site area for this triangular portion of the site is 40,000 square feet or 3,700 square meters. The Davisville Yard study area is 477,000 square feet or 44,300 square meters. In terms of the adjacent context, we've got Fiona Nelson Perquette adjacent to the trench. Chaplin Bridge is over here. Oriole Park is to the west. The Beltline Trail runs south next to the Mount Pleasant Cemetery. We've also got the new Davisville Junior Public School. The site was originally identified for further study in the 2018 Parks and Public Realm Plan. Further, the Council approved the Yonge and Eglinton Secondary Plan policies referred to undertake a special decking study to evaluate feasibility, opportunities and constraints, risk to transit operations, mitigation measures and costing, while prioritizing office space, mid-block connections, and new multifunctional signature park, minimum of 1 hectare in size. Finally, the City Council directed city planning, CREATIO, and the TTC to undertake a study to include engineering review, TTC facility requirements, land form and build form review that prioritizes office, institutional and cultural uses, as well as a new public park and a business plan. Modern TO is a council-endorsed initiative to optimize and modernize the City of Toronto's office space, which created a unique opportunity to redevelop and repurpose 8 strategically important city-owned real estate assets. Unlocking this currently underutilized city-owned properties will unlock value and address city needs and city building objectives. 1900 Yonge is one of the 8 properties, which is located over here on the map, and it is one of these images here. The modern TO building objectives or priorities include creation of affordable housing, financial sustainability, public realm improvements, city service and institutional improvements, maintenance or enhancement of employment opportunities, adaptive reuse of heritage resources, and sustainable development. Moving on to the planning policies. The official plan land use map identifies the site as a mixed-use area. The urban structure map locates the site on avenues. Amended zoning bylaw identifies the site as commercial residential. The secondary plan, a land use map, identifies the site as a mixed-use area A. The policies for this specific area include managing intensification and growth, provision of residential, major office, and other employment uses. No single-use residential buildings, standalone retail stores, or vehicle-related uses are permitted. 100% replacement of any existing office gross floor area located on the site, and all or a portion of the office gross floor area may be transferred to a receiving site within the Midtown secondary plan area. Build form guidance for the site includes provision of a variety of building types and scales, transition from mixed-use areas, contribution to Midtown green landscape character, promoting active street life, strengthening connection throughout Midtown, ensuring adequate access to skyview and sunlight from the public realm, parks, and open spaces, minimizing new net shadows in existing and proposed parks, and conserving heritage attributes of designated properties. The character area built form guidance places the site in the core, Davisville Station core, or D2. Policies here include a retail, residential, and office node, new and improved squares and plazas, tall buildings of 30 to 45 stories framing the Yonge-Davisville intersection, and height transition downward in all directions. Midtown Public Realm Implementation Strategy identifies the part of the site as a Yonge Street Square. Further, it classifies it as a special square, so that's the southwest corner. And the design guidance for the square includes spaces for community-related initiatives, adequate pedestrian circulation, main entrance to the Yonge-Davisville Transit Station, creating a threshold that connects Yonge Street to the Davisville community streets, and providing a gateway to the Merchant Park and open space network, including K. Gardner Beltline and the new proposed signature park on the deck. So this is a 2-stage feasibility study. We're currently in stage 1, design and technical feasibility. During this stage, we've completed existing conditions, strengths, opportunities, and constraints, vision and guiding principles. We've also developed 3 options. We use evaluation criteria to review those options, and we're here today to present the preferred option. The stage 1 will be concluded with a final consultant report, after which we will be moving to stage 2, which will include a more detailed engineering design and financial feasibility. Existing context. So I've already mentioned where the McBrien building is located. part of the site. We've got 2 TTC buildings here. Number 2 is the substation, and number 3 is a signal control station. At this point of the project, TTCs let us know that these buildings cannot be removed. Number 4 is the car house. 5 is the boiler house. 6 is the way building, and 7th is the gatehouse. Here are a few images of the buildings that I just mentioned. In terms of the access and servicing to the site, number 1, from Yonge Street, we've got pedestrian access to the TTC building and the headquarters. Number 2 is the vehicular loading and service access of Yonge Street to the underground garage. 3 and 4 are bus loop accesses. So 4 is from Chaplin and 3 is from Yonge. Number 5 is the pedestrian connection to the TTC platforms and the bus station. Number 6 is a pedestrian connection down the stairs from the TTC at grade parking lot to the Davisville yard. And number 7 is a vehicular staff and service access to Davisville yard from Frobisher. I'll now take you quickly through the images with a key plan and the arrow pointing to the direction of the image. So this is a Chaplin looking north, looking south, bus loop access and subway entrance exit. Moving down to Yonge Street, that's the pedestrian access to the McBrien building. Here are the 2 bus loop accesses of Yonge Street and the vehicular loading and service access to McBrien building. And finally, we go at the vehicular staff and service access of Frobisher next to the Oriole Park. Next, I'll take you through a series of sections. Again, we've got a key map to help you guide where the section is taken. Chaplin Crescent Bridge right now is what's on the screen. Moving on to the west, Oriole Park next to the Davisville Car House. Further west, parking storage driveway and Oriole Park section. Moving on to the Beltline next to the miscellaneous storage, and then the site slopes down to Davisville Yard. K. Gardner Beltline Bridge and clearance between the bridge and the train, the top of the train. This is the area where we need your help today. So this is the most southern, southern spot on our site where Yonge Street is almost at grade with the tracks, with the TTC tracks. Moving north, got a little bit more clearance here at Yonge Street and the TTC yard. And here we are at the McBrien building. Moving north to the TTC trench, the conditions are a little bit better in terms of grading for decking over the specific area, and finishing off with the Fiona Nelson Parkette. In terms of the existing unplanned contests, there are quite a lot of applications around. I'm not going to spend too much time on the slide. I really just wanted to point out what the heights are being reviewed and improved around this area, and generally we're in high 30s to mid 40s. So both the 1900 Yonge site and Davisville Yard study area have already been surveyed and determined which properties have potential cultural heritage value. Further, McBrien building, the substation, and signal control buildings are identified as potential heritage properties in the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan. The Davisville Yard portion of the study area contains additional TTC buildings and structures with potential heritage value that are currently under evaluation. Moving on to the views, I'll take you around the site. Here we are again on Chaplin, looking south towards that TTC parking lot. Turning around on Chaplin, looking north towards the TTC trench. Here is a view of the McBrien building from the northeast corner of the intersection. A zoom in to the Davisville Square. Here is looking north at the 2 TTC buildings on Yonge Street and the McBrien building in the background. A bird's eye view of the Davisville Yard and the current public realm on the west side of Yonge Street. Here's a great image showing the train in the background next to the public realm, and see the grading challenges that we're having here. This is Martin, so the crossing to Martin Street. And the final image is of the Beltline bridge looking towards the Brentwood Towers in the back. Issues for design focus. We're looking forward to your recommendations on improving Yonge Street public realm and grade change between the street and the proposed build form, on improving connections across Chaplin Crescent to connect to future Trench Park, and any comments on the overall site layout and fitting into the existing context. I'll pass it on to David, and David, just let me know when you'd like me to advance the slides.
Sure. Thanks, Velena, and good afternoon, everyone. Next. So we're going to walk through some of the key features of the preferred concept. We'll just kind of go through them very generally first and in more detail as we go. Number one on the screen is the introduction of a greater than 1 hectare signature park. You'll recall that one of the key requirements of this project initially was to introduce a 1 hectare signature park. So we've arrived at a scheme that comes closer to between 1.5 and 2 hectares. Number two is identifying the location of a future trench deck park, is what we're calling it. Number three is the location of a relocated bus loop out from under the existing 1900 office building, as well as a new commuting of the new 1900 Yonge residential development. Number six introduces a new pedestrian access that would form, or basically act as an extension of Beloyal, and would serve to bring pedestrians and cyclists across Yonge at a new intersection, across and provide access into the new park space. Number seven is indicating additional mixed-use development further south along Yonge. So we're looking here at mixed use for all of this, commercial podiums with residential towers on top. Number eight is indicating a new access road. So that would come off of Chaplin, form a sort of extension of duplex, come off of Chaplin. And really the purpose of this is to provide fire, garbage, or waste moving access to each of these new developments, as well as access to parking within the podiums. If that's, if that ends up being required. The reason for this road is twofold, is that we can't actually get direct access off of Yonge Street due to the grade changes. We'll get into that in a moment. I think that's kind of the main reason for introducing that. Number 9 is the existing Oriole Park, and then number 10 is the existing Beltline Trail. Next. So some of the preferred option benefits that are highlighted on the screen here is an expansion of the public realm, starting at the north end with that yellow hatched area, kind of a revitalization of the Davisville Square at the corner of Yonge and Chaplin. And then walking further south, we have that connection that we discussed, basically extending Beloyal across Yonge into Oriole Park. And then further south from that, what we'll have is kind of a highline condition where we have an elevated park deck above Yonge. So there's some additional public realm there for us to consider that would actually end up connecting the existing Beltline Trail into the development. The red hatched area is indicating the size and geometry of the new signature park. The blue arrows are really meant to indicate to everyone where we are looking at improved pedestrian connections and access, both into the site and across the site. We're really looking at trying to take some of the neighbors to the north and the west and the south and the east, and just kind of have them use this park as a way of kind of getting between areas of the city without the actual Davisville yard interrupting that pathway like it does today. The green arrows really are meant to show that we're having direct connections, accessible connections between the existing park and the new proposed deck park. So we're looking at a level connection across each of these three park features: Oriole Park, the new signature park, and the Beltline Trail. The dashed blue line really around the 1900 Heritage Building there is really meant to indicate that our goal is to maintain views to each of the existing facades. We're not looking at overcladding them in any way or anything like that. And then the orange arrow is indicating where we anticipate improved access to transit. So similar to the improved pedestrian access, we're looking at allowing people from Yonge to walk through the site and actually access the relocated bus loop and the transit station below in a more efficient fashion than today. Next. This is how the current scheme is massing up. We're following kind of recommendations and guidance from the secondary plan. We're putting most of the density and height at Yonge and Davisville and stepping down to the apartment neighborhood to the south. So I think we'll all recognize what's on the screen, but the solid white is indicating existing buildings. The kind of ghosted in with solid line developments are approved development under construction or about to be, and then the dashed lines are indicating developments that are currently under review by the city. The orange is, of course, indicating the development that we are proposing. So we're looking at a 45-story tower that's somewhat perched above the existing 1900 Yonge office building, where the lobby would come to grade in a winter garden condition, kind of further south along Yonge. And then as we kind of move further and further south, we're stepping down. The second tower there would be a 35-story residential tower with a commercial podium. And then further south to that is a 15-story, again, residential building with an element of a commercial podium. Next. Some other views. Really what we've tried to do here is locate all of the density along Yonge and then provide as much of this new park deck space as we can, kind of provide it over to the expansion of Oriole Park. What you can also see in this view, and this view as well, is the kind of location and size of the new community space to the west of the 45-story tower. There isn't a use proposed for this space yet. It's really kind of a placeholder to allow the community and the city to kind of talk about its needs and what, we'll determine at a later date, I think during the second phase or perhaps even later, what the most appropriate use for that space is. Next. One of the key considerations when we arrived at kind of the location of these towers as well as their heights was making sure that we minimized shadow impacts on the various existing parks in the neighborhood. So that's the existing Oriole Park to the west of our site, as well as the Fiona Nelson Parkette to the north. We see the Davisville School over to the northeast. We see the park along Beloyal there. It's kind of in the middle of the screen there, as well as Mount Pleasant to the southeast. So we've really kind of tried to make sure that we arrived at this arrangement of a density, minimizing all shadows on any of these existing parks, as well as the park that we're creating. It'd be a shame to create this kind of expansive new deck park and then shadow it with our own buildings. So we've really kind of tried to focus on this and make sure that we were doing right by all of these neighborhood amenities. Next. At the same time, we're looking at upgrading kind of the public realm in the area. I think this area is in need of a bit of a makeover. So we're really looking at creating opportunities to just upgrade a variety of these edge conditions as part of this project. So, I think first and foremost, we're looking at Davisville Square. I mean, I think the upgrade of this space has been considered by other projects running in parallel, but I think it really is kind of one of the key areas where we'd like to see a bit of attention paid as the project develops through its future phases. Next. And of course, the space that we're creating between our new residential tower as it touches grade, and these TTC substations further to the south. So this space forms kind of a pedestrian and bicycle access into the park through a new signalized intersection that would form an extension of Beloyal. We do see an opportunity here to create kind of a really wonderful space here, which is starting to be kind of flushed out in these renderings. But I think we can imagine that there's kind of some great opportunities here to improve the public realm along Yonge Street. And really, the point of this access is just to provide direct visual and pedestrian access from Yonge into this park. Right now, it's quite tucked away, and I'm not sure a lot of the neighbors, I think they know about it, but find it very difficult to get access to. And we really want to kind of draw people in and kind of provide, a more equitable access to all the neighbors instead of just the ones that are kind of backing onto the park. Next. And of course, the service road that was, it's really kind of designed to provide fire and waste access and moving and access to any parking. It really doesn't need to be just a back of house service road, nor should it be. It's going to form the border of a park. So we're kind of looking at a Warnorth condition where we're looking, for it to be shared between cyclists, pedestrians, and this minimal traffic that we're expecting in this road. And really want it to be kind of a more pleasant and, urban experience rather than just a back of house road. Next. Just quickly, just going through a couple of the sections kind of around the area. We are looking at a level connection between Oriole Park and the new deck park. Next. Similarly, we're looking at level connections across the entire east-west deck. So starting at Yonge on the right and moving, across the park to the west and finally connecting to the low-rise residential neighborhoods to the west. All of it level. Of course, it's stepped down to Yonge Street at the areas further south, and we can see that on the right. But the idea here is just to illustrate that, we're aware that we're going to need thicker structure below the actual development that we might need below the park, and that we're accommodating that as we're setting the height of this park deck. Next. Again, showing a level connection between the Beltline Trail and the new Signature Park. Next. The initial phasing, we're looking at moving forward with the 1900 Yonge site first. There's a variety of reasons for that, but it does make the most sense for the members of the project team that this particular site moves forward first. This would include the relocation of the bus loop, and the second phase would then include the deck park as well as residential developments to the south, and then a final future phase would be the trench deck park to the north. Next. This is a diagram just illustrating the kind of location and size of the relocation of the bus loop. This is something that we're working on with the TTC. I think they have some future needs that they've voiced to us in terms of the number of bays that they're looking at, as well as the size and powering scenario of their future bus fleet in this neighborhood. So this is something that we're kind of working on with them together. Next. Specifically on the 1900 Yonge site, and this is the kind of first phase, the reason for relocating the bus loop, and I think you could tell this by the photos, is it actually takes up the large majority of the existing ground floor office footprint. And we think there's going to be some required other uses as well as some just better uses. So, when we build kind of this new residential tower on top of 1900 Yonge, it's going to need loading, it's going to need service back of house spaces. So we're really trying to just make sure that we provide kind of that space. So here we're proposing that it be accessed off of Chaplin and just kind of facing north here. We're seeing this kind of loading and back of house space. We haven't planned it out yet, but it's kind of a placeholder for now. We're also kind of exploring some other ideas where we relocate the entrance from the corner of Chaplin and Yonge. We're moving it further down south so it has direct access to this new pedestrian entrance into the park. And this would free up that corner for potential retail. We have our office lobby kind of in the middle of the existing building, and then a bit more retail further to the south. So really trying to animate that corner at grade instead of just having it all be kind of walled off and not particularly accessible. Next. This is a section kind of illustrating how we're envisioning the stacking of the existing 1900 building. We're looking at some non-residential uses at grade, which we just covered. We're looking at maintaining the office use of the existing building itself, and then the residential would kind of be perched on top. We're also looking at, as we kind of come down into the parking level below grade. We'd be looking at kind of crossing over the TTC train into direct access into the south platform of Davisville Station, as well as the bus loop up top. So we're trying to consolidate all this access so that it's efficient and it works better than it does today. Next.
David, you got about a minute left. Is that enough time?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the amount of area that we're looking at here is an additional 28,000 square meters of residential on top of the 1900 Yonge site alone. An additional, or maintaining the current 8,400 square meters of commercial, and then and the introduction of 1,400 square meters of non-residential / retail at grade. For the Davisville yard site, so that's the development further to the south, we're looking at another 33,000 square meters of residential, 18,000 square meters of commercial, and then an additional 13,000 square meters of non-residential. And I think that brings us to the end.
That is it. Just finishing up with the issues for design focus again, if need to see.
So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Panel members, we are 7 this afternoon, and we have about 30 minutes. So this is our opportunity to comment on the study. We have, my proposal is to go in the same order for your comments as you were introduced, and you told me whether you're able to participate. So the order would be Jessica Sabella George, Jim Goff, Joe Lobko, Paul, and Gordon. Did I miss anyone? No. So if that's okay, and keeping in mind the questions about improving the public realm on Yonge Street, improving the public connection from Chaplin to the future park, and the overall site layout, Jessica, please, you have about 3 to 4 minutes. Jessica, are you there?
Yes, sorry. Thank you. For you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. This is a truly very interesting feasibility study. So thank you for the well-developed presentation and materials we've seen today. Just starting, I think, with the first question here and those sort of public realm improvements. I think in general, looking at reducing the number of vehicle entrances and exits on Yonge will really help on that side of the street. There will be, as you've mentioned, a real close look at how to activate that edge and bring retail or lobby uses along to really create an energy there. It's currently not a side of the street that really draws people to walk there. I think there's a lay-by and lots of vehicular movements and really no retail offerings. So lots of opportunity there. And then I think, there's challenges obviously with the heritage components, but I think, where you've positioned that, proposed tower, that there'll be an opportunity there to draw people down through that Davisville Plaza and into the space before it gets too pinched, if you will. I think relocating that bus loop and truly studying that and understanding it could potentially open up larger opportunities for the site. But I understand the decision to proceed based on information you have at this time, and it makes sense to me the option you've selected. I appreciated seeing the other options in the package as well. Generally, I love the amount of green this project brings to the city. It's really, really exciting. I think that expanded public realm on Yonge, sort of associated with the 2 south towers, is super exciting. It could be a really, really unique sort of public space that sort of encircles the standalone heritage buildings. The move to line up Beloyal with the mid-block connection makes a lot of sense. And I think that's probably where that grade change works best. I do feel the built form at the south end of the site and the nature of the significant grade change to cover or to deck over really challenges that south end of Yonge and sort of the pedestrian experience there. So I don't know if there's a way to increase porosity, whether it's sort of through widening that mid-block connection or creating these really celebratory entrances up to that top deck, if room permits. Again, it's really tight. And then just finally, with the sort of visioning for the Davisville Square, it seems a bit cold in some of the images. I mean, it could be really vibrant and have a little more color. Perhaps this is a great location for future public art. A really important corner indeed. So thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, Sabella, and then George. Sabella? Oh, I cut you off, Jessica. Sorry, I think I lost your signal. Thank you for that. Sabella, please.
Thank you for this presentation. It's a great opportunity, and it was really well organized in presenting the options and the challenges. I also studied the various options for the layout, and I agree that this third option for the parkland layout to me makes the most sense, as it sort of combines with Oriole Park in the best manner, creating a really large, massive park, and it has great opportunity for connecting with the Kay Gardner Beltline. And I think it'll be sort of an interesting park to discover that without all the challenges of it fronting onto Yonge Street. So that Muse connecting will be very important to bring the community east of Yonge Street into this space. With respect to the grade changes, it seems that the entire the most southerly building will be above Yonge Street by quite a ways. And so I also felt that public art could be an interesting way of animating that grade difference, perhaps some glimpses into the operations inside with the subway zooming by, but just a variety of public art and vines, and just, it is what it is. But it would be also interesting to live up and have the ground floor up high above Yonge Street and looking out in the southeast direction towards that lovely green treed area. For the parkland north of Chaplin Crescent, I think will be significant enough. I think it'll be over half a hectare, and so I think it could be sort of developed as its own little parkette, and maybe some sort of lit crosswalk will have to be introduced at the intersection to allow people to easily go from one park to the other. I think those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabella. George.
Let me find the unmute button. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, these ideas are pretty important to the city. The idea of decking over, there's a very elaborate one to the north at Yonge and Eglinton that's going on as well. So it's hard today, but I do think that's an important thing. So it will bring me to just a couple of sort of generalized comments. One is that somewhere in here, I read a kind of statement that said that from this corner, the height transition will go downward in all directions, and that was to be the character. It was mapped right at the corner, but you know, that's not really what's going on in this neighborhood. And your own three-dimensional diagrams show that. The building propositions that the world is bringing forward, especially to the northeast and to the southeast, are considerably more than you are showing. And this, of course, is some of this is time, but I just encourage you not to underplay this site. You're going to need an enormous amount of capital to pull it off. I think the development world around you is a titch more in terms of its development, especially as you go south. Merton Street at Yonge is starting to be a very significant build. You can see that even in your own three-dimensional diagrams, as is across the street. So Mr. Lobko raised a question of, is the density enough? I'm not sure. I think the south end of this is a little bit underplayed. Which brings me to one very specific public realm thing, and that is the intersection of Merton Street. Merton is a really unique street in Toronto. They started rebuilding it a long time ago. It has an enormous amount of residential addresses on it now. The Beltline at the back is a way for people to walk, but the actual intersection itself is very important as an entryway into that whole neighborhood that runs all the way through to Bayview. It slows down, of course, at Mount Pleasant, but from Mount Pleasant to Yonge Street, it's significantly rebuilt. And I think that Merton isn't really mentioned here. Merton is just kind of almost left kind of the way it is, although I don't know if that's completely true. The diagram that you have of optional benefits doesn't show improvements to Merton, but Merton is a really strong focus of walking. Lots of people on Merton live there because they don't own cars, because they can get to the subway. I think the whole Merton intersection is potentially even more important than the Beloil intersection, which you have a real focus on. So I think you got to come back and look at Merton and the intersection and what's there. There's a very elaborate new building that has been built on the corner of Merton. I think Peter Kloos did it. Has a really intriguing Yonge Street frontage to it, an interior garden. There are two very large buildings that are being rebuilt on the north side of Merton, one parcel in on the old parking lot that's come down, and then beside that, there's another one behind it. So Merton, I think, has to play into this, which, brings me to the discussion of the other part that we didn't look, which is the actual Davisville yard development really has a kind of back edge to this, but really Merton would be its street. And so in a way, I know there's great changes in there, but the whole bottom of this is kind of an extension of that enormous densification that's occurred along Merton Street. So I'm missing seeing Merton as a major thing in here. Merton Street goes east through many neighborhoods and takes you over to retail servicing and all kinds of other things. It's a real connector piece, and I think it comes forward. Again, I think the density on the later phase portion relative to what the world is doing is underplayed, and I think that creates some challenges in urban design with all kinds of things, shadow projections. I know we didn't see versions of that today, but I think the south end of this is being underplayed. I think Merton is a lot more important as a place than is being implied in these plans. My last point would be the chicken and egg thing that Mr. Lobko brought up. I do know I've had more discussions about people around Davisville and Yonge on what they could do in the last year than almost anywhere else in the city. So I think there's a lot of interest here. Getting that interest captured money in order to build the deck, to build the important park. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Jim Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It's an exciting plan, obviously, with, I think, a lot of good potential to take advantage of land that obviously is not being used for anything right now, except for the TTC, which is, of course, very important. I guess my first concern from a transportation perspective is just Chaplin Crescent. You are going to be loading, I think, in the end, a lot of traffic onto Chaplin, and there's also the bus loop question. So I think, some kind of design for Chaplin to maybe kind of visually narrow it going towards the west beyond this development would be helpful to perhaps help to minimize community opposition to this, which I think could be potentially substantial at some point. So I think that's important. The back of House Road that you talked about, David, I'm assuming that will also have to accommodate loading. So, you know, I think it's a bit more of an important road than maybe the city's thought about to date. So just some careful design needs to be put into that. As far as Yonge Street goes, I do think it's going to be a challenge, as others have said, to design accessible and attractive ground floor building spaces at the south end, given the grade change. So that really requires some visionary architecture, I would say. And the connecting to that is, I think what would be really helpful is an AODA compliant connection to the belt line, so that you've got better access to the belt line, crossing Yonge and going back into the park. So, you know, that way you're helping to just improve, to maximize pedestrian accessibility across Yonge, which I think will integrate this better into the community. So perhaps that kind of AODA compliant connection could be integrated with the building there to just enhance the visibility of the access. I do support the idea of a new signal at the Beloyal intersection. That's great to further tie the two sides of Yonge Street together. And my learned friend there, Mr. Dark, does raise an interesting point about Merton, but given that the intersection at Yonge is already signalized, I think the bones are there for connection and playing a major role in terms of accessibility there. Hopefully the building entrance at that point can align closely with the Merton intersection, and that can be designed as a real focus area for pedestrian access. That's it for me.
Thank you, Jim. Joe.
Thank you. In broad strokes, kudos and much support for the overall ambition of the initiative. The idea of decking, substantial train yard, creating public space, creating a platform for new housing and new office development. All of those are wonderful things. And I think there are lots of good initial instincts in the work that we're seeing thus far. But I would also agree with my colleagues about some of the commentary thus far about perhaps more work to do in terms of getting to a vision. I want to pick up a little bit on what George was describing and the chicken and the egg kind of question. And candidly, a little surprised that there isn't a kind of integrated, comprehensive business vision that combines with a development vision, or at least an explanation. I think, Mr. Chair, we skipped the question period on this particular item, and I would have asked the question, to what extent is the development vision going to be driven by the business plan that appears not to have begun yet and is going to involve a substantial decking of a transit yard? You know, those are very big questions that ought to have been raised in the presentation and were not. So that's one aspect. And notwithstanding the promise that's here. A second, I think, or let me just say, with respect to a first point of suggestion and encouragement moving forward, are the nature of visualizations and the nature of the graphics. I found the graphics confusing. Describing the existing heritage building on the corner of Yonge and Davisville as a green block is deceptive. It's not a green block, it's a building. Don't pretend it's a piece of park. And describing the other buildings as blue, I found, this is a small point, but I found it difficult to kind of understand the street and block plan, the nature of the urban kind of patterning that was unfolding. And I tend to agree also with George's commentary about the south end and the overall density of the place being a bit underwhelming. I wonder about the one-sided nature of this extension of Chaplin going south. I wonder whether there ought to be a loop to connect to Balliol rather than a dead-end road. I wonder about a series of visualizations at the pedestrian level along Yonge Street that would really help understand in the design evolution of the place that I don't think are there yet. The perspective views, for example, on images 60 to 62 could be anywhere. They're not specific to the site. They're not helpful in terms of really bringing us to this place. In other words, while I find the promise of the vision described incredibly ambitious and encouraging, I find the investigation thus far kind of just scratching the surface and not close to being where it needs to be. I believe the idea of building 5 perched on top of building 4. Yeah, perching on top of building 4. Have you figured out the dollar signs that go along with perching on top? That's not an easy thing to accomplish. And you've just really complicated the adaptive reuse of that heritage building. Is that really, is that really where you want to go? Go look at the northwest corner of University and Dundas for a serious effort at putting a major residential building on top of a commercial building. It's not a minor undertaking, and I'm just concerned that that seems to be somewhat diagrammatic in its depiction at the moment. I'm not sure that Site 3, the community site, is being appreciated for its potential at the moment. I appreciate we'll figure it out later as the ethic at the moment, but given the crowdedness of the corner, I'm wondering if Site 3 has to come into play a bit more. So while appreciating a lot of the promise here and the ambition, I really am missing a landscape architect, like in the first proposal this afternoon. Architects trying to do all the landscape doesn't work for me respectfully as an architect. I think there really needs a landscape architect perspective on this project. To me, it's missing at the moment. I think there's great potential here, but I think at the moment it's just scratching the surface. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Paul.
Thank you. I'm going to maybe build off the last 2 comments. I think there's a seductiveness to a decking over a quote unquote nothing underneath underutilized space. And I think we have to be careful we're not seduced into something that maybe isn't necessarily feasible or the best solution, right? The promise here is that it's an underutilized space. It's something that can generate, a promised 1 hectare park, and maybe sort of 600, 550 or so units, let's say, some of which will be affordable. And but with that comes quite a lot of complications, and the last few panelists have sort of identified those. The grade issues along Yonge Street as you go south, approaching Merton, are difficult, but then also you don't have the real estate to introduce stairs and vertical circulation. The TTC yards, garages, and everything underneath, weren't really talked about. Are those maintained, replaced, displaced somewhere else? How do they function? Where do they get all their vent shafts? Do they have little exit buildings popping up in different places? The sections show, a relatively clean kind of parking garage arrangement, whereas the existing grade is relatively soft, gentle as you go south from the existing park into that yard. And so presumably that involves some excavating, shoring, and other things. So it's not sort of without cost and implication. So we're not necessarily getting a free 1 hectare park or a free piece of land that's unencumbered. We didn't talk about a parking strategy. There's, even at a low rate, 200 parking spots potentially. Maybe you can negotiate that down to 0, but we don't know where they are. And so these things come with multiple challenges. And I'd say that maybe Carlo and team, more so than the architects and the designers, need to kind of really assess this. Is the sort of the city building benefit worthwhile? And the simple mind experiment that I came to is, if we just need a 1 hectare park, how much would it cost to buy the houses on the south side of Chaplin, give that park a really beautiful frontage, add 1 hectare, leave all the complicated grading, let the TTC do what the TTC does best, build the one site on the heritage building parcel, make it as tall as you want so we can maximize the units there, and sort of split the difference, work a landscape solution that gets you up to grade. And does that deliver on the promise, but in a way that's more sort of economical? Because again, if this is a solution that requires millions of dollars to pay for decking, are there better ways to deliver affordable housing? Are there better places to deliver parks? And that's the one that stood out for me. And so I think there needs to be a kind of really first principles analysis that comes with this to make sure that we're not seduced by the deck park. Leave it at that.
Thank you, Paul. And finally, I think Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's really interesting to hear the other members' comments as they come through, and I know it's quite often we'll see projects that are anything but aspirational, and are ones that we really try to elevate up to that aspirational level. And in this case, this was intensely aspirational, and I think some of the reality comments that have come through are really fascinating. It's like this, we've been presented with this Rubik's Cube that we're trying to figure out whether there is any aspect of it that would actually work in a financial way. I'm going to sort of stay aspirational for a moment and sort of make some comments on it. I think that when I was looking at this, I zoomed out and I looked at the experience of traveling along Yonge Street from north to south or vice versa. And this area is the one area, thanks to the cemetery, where there's a significant amount of green space that actually runs along the side of Yonge Street. And then with the concept that's come to us, there's this opportunity perhaps to introduce green along the west side as well. And in the overall experience of Yonge Street, our long street, that there is this moment where not only more green space can be provided in an area that's starting to densify even further, and green space will be needed, and how to get that to work. And so some of the thoughts I have here remain purely aspirational, and that is, if you're going to do this development, make it feel as if Oriole Park, the presence of Oriole Park comes out to the edge of Yonge Street, keeping in mind that there would be buildings along the edge of Yonge in this particular concept. So that when people make their way north and they come to the much denser hub at Eglinton and Yonge, you sort of get this sense of a green respite in the center of the city. And that as that happens, that the Parkside Road that's identified as being sort of a cul-de-sac, that it be as narrow and as short a distance as possible, that you co-locate or centralize loading so that you don't have to have a whole series of heavy vehicles and service vehicles going the full length of it. And then also the notion of the parks to the park to the north makes me look a little bit outside the boundary as well and see the series of spaces like this, trenches, spaces like this leading up to Eglinton Avenue. And then the piece that's south of the Beltline Bridge, and I'm wondering whether some of those may be, if there was any financial feasibility, that they become part of the puzzle, solving the puzzle. And I'll take it's not even a trench, it's an open yard to the south of Beltline Bridge, whether by doing something with that, whether that would open up possibility and money relative to rethinking the apartment buildings that are along Lawton Boulevard, which runs parallel to Yonge Street, whether that creates enough money or not to be determined. If you go north, it may be that the space just north of Chaplin Crescent, not all of that is park. I realize there'll be significant pushback on this, but not all of it may be park. Maybe it's of another use. Maybe the widest part furthest away from the Fiona Nelson Parkette becomes a building site. What happens if some of the trenches further north, selectively picked, start to open up possibilities, development possibilities, deeper from Yonge Street to the west, including the trench, working over that. And these are narrower trench widths, so it might be more financially feasible to do, and in turn be able to put money into the project here. And I think the last comment that I have is the notion of the traveling up Yonge Street, the sort of weird situation that you find yourself as you're going along Yonge Street, and on the east side, you've got this incredible cemetery, this incredibly lush place of repose. And then on the west side, you have the train tracks immediately adjacent, and whether that becomes an opportunity for a green wall. And I recall that we had a project down by the beaches a few years ago where they had a big yard, and they created this wall that was intended to hide all of the activity in behind, but create something that was quite pleasant and civic on the other side, and sort of create that sense of greenness while keeping the trains running. So I must admit, I'm torn between aspirational and pragmatic, and I guess my comments are more on the aspirational side. But I think sometimes as a city, we have to reach. And it may not be exactly what's being shown here, but it may be enough in some form or another to take us to that next level that we're always looking for, and that not too many projects can deliver on in the ones that we see before the panel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Gordon, and thank you, panel members. I think the dialogue between aspirational and practical is a theme that I'm hearing, and without question, we always hope that projects at their early stages bring to us the aspirational, and we've often commented on projects that didn't go far enough. So there's no doubt that there's credit to this group for thinking at this scale and bringing a project that recognizes it. On the reality check side, we're hearing a lot of comments that could reinforce the thoroughness of the investigative phase to make the aspirational have another layer to reinforce it. And you've heard from many panel members about recognizing traffic flow, for instance, on Chaplin, or understanding the connectivity with Merton, or the need to rethink maybe the Woonerf, and finally to a story that at least acknowledges for the audience what's happening with all the buildings beneath the deck. What does that mean, and what is the impact on this potentially extraordinary park? And then last but not least, the question that you asked us, which was, how does one manage the changing elevation along Yonge Street so that this great park and the new development doesn't create a very challenging urban condition that doesn't recognize or doesn't fulfill the potential of the vision. So I would say finally, the issue of, even at a schematic level, I think a couple of panel members were wondering, is there a general idea of what the business plan is, and how the development density relates to the aspiration? And you heard that from numerous panel members. And without leaping ahead to your final step, even a concept of a formula, I think, is what's being asked for the audience at this phase. So with that, thank you very much for the presentation, for the new insight into this intersection, Chaplin and Yonge, and in its future. And we look forward to seeing how these new reality checks the layers of detail that will give that next degree of credibility to the presentation are added, and hopefully we'll get to see your next phase as well. Thank you very much, everyone. We've reached the end of the second session. Oh, Joe, you have a comment? Or you're okay? We've reached the end of the second session. We're going to take a break and resume in about 15 minutes. Gordon, you're going to be chairing that session?
Yes, I will.
And we're going to be looking at the Jane and Finch study. Thanks, everyone. See you in about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Paul. We must be keeners, are we? We keeners this afternoon?
Well, we're presenting, so I thought, it'd be bad to not be here,
Oh,
right?
you switched hats. Okay, well, yeah, then it's appropriate.
There you go.
Yeah, that's appropriate.
I hope we've got quorum.
How are you, Mr. Dark? I hardly ever get to see you anymore.
You never get to see me anymore?
Yeah.
You saying my attendance is poor?
No, I'm just saying life in general without having a chance to sit down and chat without you.
I know. Well, when you retire, you do other things, eh? You have grandchildren too, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you said about your 5-year-old saying, hey, put
Hey,
out a
dude.
degree.
Hey, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, dude.
Dude.
Oh,
You kind of are a dude kind of guy with your hair.
Yeah. With all the, yeah. Jim Goff and I look like those old guys on the Muppets. Remember those 4 old guys that were on the Muppets?
Yeah.
You should put us together, Michael, so we're right together.
You've cut me to the quick there, George, I must say.
If I hadn't known you for 35 years, I wouldn't have said it.
Has it been that long?
Well, at least, yeah. I cut a few off there.
We met in public school, right?
Yeah, I cut a few off. Yeah, in public school. You wish, man.
I can just imagine what you would have been like in public school, George.
Yeah, it's been downhill ever since public school. What can I say? Well, we're having fun waiting to start too. Hi, Lee. I haven't seen you for a long time.
Hi, George. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Leanne, is everybody here for this next session?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Okay. So shall we get started? Yes.
Sure,
Okay.
please do so.
Okay. Let's do it. Okay. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. This is the third and last session this afternoon, and this is the Jane Finch initiative. This is the first time it's come before the panel. The application is a city study, and I understand there'll be presentations by Leah from Strategic Initiatives, and then Paul and Eunice from Perkins at Will. And I'll just run through the standard blurb at the beginning. Welcome. This is a city study, first review, hour and 10 minutes scheduled. There is no vote taken at the end of this session. Staff will be given 10 minutes for their presentation, and they'll be followed by a 15-minute presentation from the consultant team. And then we'll have questions of clarification and then discussion to follow after that. And to remind everybody that this session is being live streamed on YouTube, and it's also being recorded. And the recording will be available on the City Planning YouTube channel following the meeting. And before we go into roll call, I just wanted to remind panel members, any questions that you're addressing and comments that you're making, if you can make them through the chair. It's a formality, but it sort of gives a degree of separation between panel members and the people receiving the questions and the comments. So I'm going to move into roll call, and if I call out your name, just let me know that you're here and whether you have any conflict of interest. And we'll start with Jessica.
Here, no conflict.
Thank you. Michael.
Present, no conflict.
Thank you, Michael. George.
No conflict, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. Jim Melvin.
No conflict.
Okay, great. And Jim Goff.
Here and no conflict.
Thanks, Jim. And last but not least, Joel. Okay, I'm reading your lips. Okay, good.
You're no conflict, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Now, are there any panel members that are on that I have missed? I know, Paul, you're already presenting, so I think that's it. So we will get started. The presentation, 10 minutes. I'll wait until the staff have the presentation up on the screen. And while you're doing that, 10 minutes, the 9-minute mark, I'll just gently remind you that you have 1 minute left. And the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. I think I've successfully unmuted. Thank you. I don't think I'll need the full 10 minutes. I'm Leah Birnbaum. I'm a senior planner working on the Jane Finch initiative. On the top of this slide, you can see the list of the 3 divisions that are working on this project. So it is not just a planning study. It's a collaboration with social development and with economic development as well. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in this intro. So we're here today to get your input on some high-level plans for the Jane and Finch area. So these plans are inputs to a policy development process that is underway that will result in a new secondary plan and a new community development plan for the area. This is our first visit, as you said, and we'll be back here again in June to get your input on some more detailed built form options for some of the demonstration sites within the study area. But for today, you'll just be seeing some high-level plans. So here's our study area outlined in black. The secondary plan area is smaller, outlined in red. The study area goes from Highway 400 along the western edge over to Black Creek, and then from Steeles in the north to Shepherd and a portion of the Black Creek in the south. This is our study area on the urban structure map. So you'll see that both Jane Street and Finch Avenue West have the avenues overlay on them at the intersection, a little bit longer along Finch, but they are not currently avenues for their full lengths within the secondary plan area. So that's our existing urban structure. And here's our land use map. So the sites at the intersection are mixed use, 1 quadrant as apartment neighborhoods. Those are the San Romanoway apartments. There's an institutional area at Finch and North Finch. So that's the site of a future long-term care facility. North of that is a mixed-use area that's currently home to several hotels and a police station. There's the Finch West Hydro Corridor, an important part of the trail system. The mixed-use area along Finch, sort of between Yorkgate Boulevard and North Finch and Oakdale, that's the future home of the Jane Finch Community Hub and Center for the Arts. North of that is the Metrolinx Maintenance and Storage Facility. So that's where all the streetcars are living that are going to be serving the Finch West LRT. There are areas designated as neighborhoods, as you can see, within the secondary plan area, and then along Jane Street, more apartment neighborhoods with some mixed-use designated sites in there as well. So this slide illustrates the interdivisional structure of the project that I mentioned at the outset. So beginning with shared community engagement. So that's the overlap in the Venn diagram. That's led by our engagement partner, the Jane Finch Center. So they lead the community engagement work, and that informs both the community development plan body of work that's in the orange circle, led by social development and economic development divisions, and then the land use plan policy body of work, and that's led by city planning. And you'll also see on your screen a list of aligned initiatives, including the action plan to confront anti-Black racism, Rapid TO Jane Street, the community hub that I mentioned, and others. So this is where we are in our project. We're in the middle of phase 2. We're exploring urban design options. That's of course why we're here today. And we're going to be digging into some deep conversations with the community to lead to the community development plan. So phase 1 that finished up last year, that culminated in what we call the ideas report. That was our policy directions report, as well as a summary of the early community consultation. And we're moving toward bringing a secondary plan and a community development plan forward by the end of this year, going before council likely at the beginning of next year. And as I say, we'll be back here again in June, so sort of at the end of phase 2. So a little bit about Jane and Finch. When we look at the numbers, we see that compared to the rest of Toronto, the Jane and Finch area is home to people with lower incomes. It's home to people, more people per household than the city average. There are more kids, there are more lone parent households, more people renting their homes when compared with city averages, and more people identifying as being part of equity deserving groups when compared to the city as a whole. So that's Jane and Finch by the numbers. But I want to tell you a bit about our community engagement that we've done for this initiative. It's been fairly extensive. It's organized a little bit differently. As I said, we partnered with the Jane Finch Center and built the engagement plan with them. So we have an active community advisory committee. They meet monthly. They have reviewed the materials that you're going to be seeing today. They went to them last week and got some feedback. We have a parallel Indigenous engagement strategy that is underway. We've also had some specific engagements to reach out to youth, particularly high school kids, and that's culminating in February in an engagement event at Westview Centennial Secondary School. And then we'll have some public workshops at the end of March on the plans that you're about to see, as well as early built form options. So I want to just tell you briefly what people are telling us about Jane and Finch and part of these community consultations. It's a beautiful part of Toronto. It's green, it's diverse, it's very vibrant. It has incredible community energy, cohesion and passion, and people really love where they live, and they want to protect the things in the neighborhood that they care about. They also understand that when a big LRT comes through, that things are going to change. Things are going to look a little different, and they want to be part of that change. So people especially do not want to be priced out. They don't want to have to leave. They don't want to lose any of the energy that makes Jane and Finch really special. So the choices that we make that will influence how that area changes, they all need to be kind of carefully looked at to ensure that they support that community vision for change and how that change occurs. So it's a tall order. It's a little different than how other planning only area studies are organized, but we're all really striving to keep that in mind as we move through this project. So the big outcome of our first phase of work is our ideas report. It's really, really long. So we made booklets on each of the themes, and those are available on our website. So each of the themes that we'll be advancing through the secondary plan and the community development plan has its own booklet. So 3 of those, parks and public realm, mobility, and land use, which we're calling them greening, moving, and building, is how you'll hear them talked about in the presentation to come. Those 3 topics are what's being advanced through the work that you're going to see. So the work that Perkins and Will show you is based on the policy directions that came out of this ideas report that was developed in collaboration with Jane and Finch communities. So that's it from me. These are the issues for design focus that I'll pass it over to Perkins and Will, because these will make, of course, more sense once you've seen their materials. But we'll be wanting to discuss how well we've captured the city building potential of Jane and Finch. We'll want to discuss some ideas for kind of a made in Jane Finch Avenue condition, and then discuss how well the format, or how we can envision the format of retail in Jane and Finch as the big mall sites are being redeveloped. And I'll leave it there and pass it over to Paul and Eunice.
Thank you very much, Leah. And Paul and Eunice, as soon as you have your presentation up on the screen, you'll have 15 minutes, the 14-minute mark. I'll let you know that you have a minute left.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, it's appearing.
So, hi everyone, I'm Eunice. I'm a senior urban designer and planner at Perkins & Will, and I'm joined by Paul, who you all know, but leads up our urban design and planning practice. Our consultant team is also made up of Access Planning, who's overseeing the mobility and transit integration piece of the work, and Urban Minds, who's a local organization focused on engaging youth in the planning process. So our overall scope here covers built form, public realm, and mobility. So just a quick and simple agenda. We're going to share some emerging strategies and ideas with you all, and hope to provide you with some context on the neighborhood, on the study, and to get your feedback and ideas on the key questions for discussion that Leah just shared. Leah already mentioned this, but something to point out with this study is that this is not your typical business as usual cookie cutter secondary plan and urban design guidelines. So just a gentle reminder to keep that in mind as we share some of our early thoughts. So we want to use this opportunity to really think outside the box and co-create these with the community, these kind of made in Jane Finch for Jane Finch design solutions. And what I mean by that is being really careful about context. about what is proportionally and culturally appropriate here, and not just relying on existing standards or guidelines or following a recipe for what makes quote unquote good design. So not just looking for best practices, or case studies in Copenhagen, but doing something really unique and responsive to the unique existing and future contexts. So just to dive right in, here are some of the many policy directions that came out of the ideas report that Leah talked about. So we're not starting from scratch. We're building off of this previously done work and analysis and information from the community. And you'll see throughout our presentation that we've linked these ideas to each strategy that we're sharing today and how we've applied them to the study area. So the way that we'll frame these emerging strategies is through the 3 themes. You may all be familiar with this type of framing. It's been done on like Eglinton Connects and other studies, which is usually greening, traveling, and building. Here we've tweaked it slightly to fit Jane Finch a bit better. We're not talking about traveling in terms of how to get to places outside the neighborhood or how to feed people downtown. This is very much a community where a lot of the trips start and end within the area. So we've adjusted our language to moving, focused on how people move around the neighborhood and how can we improve equity in mobility and mobility options. So I'm going to start with greening. Here's a map that you'll see start to get layered on throughout the presentation. It'll eventually morph into what we've been calling the kind of everything all at once map. But just to orient everyone, again, you got the thick line representing the secondary plan boundary, highway to the west, ravine to the east, and the hydro corridor framing the edge on the top. We've added in the MSF off of Finch and the future stops for the Finch West LRT, as well as the bus stops that run along Jane north-south today. Here are a few pictures just to place you into the context of Jane Finch. From phase 1 and even in the most recent sets of consultation, it's been emphasized by a lot of residents that parks and public realm spaces in the neighborhood are some of the most loved and heavily used places. There's also a range of spaces, from the left to the right. We've got the ravine to these schoolyards to shaded areas with seating. But a lot of the pain points lie in, fences between spaces that prevent access, areas with not enough lighting, informal crossings and pathways. You can see the desire line in the first picture, or lack of maintenance, all of which we hope to address in this work. Here are just a couple more photos of those range of spaces and the kind of amount of greenness. So you can see some opportunities to improve connections, improvements to the streetscape, provide the appropriate amenities and programming in these green spaces, and learn how we can best also restore Indigenous identity in these landscapes. It's important to emphasize that the area isn't necessarily low in parkland, but there have been these recurring comments, again, on access, safety, and maintenance. Heat vulnerability is also a big issue that's top of mind. On the left, that's a cumulative sun access map, and on the right, that's a NDVI map that shows the vegetated areas in green and the non-vegetated areas in red. And you can really see how exposed that main intersection of Jane Finch is by that giant hotspot in the middle, where 3 out of the 4 blocks are where those existing shopping malls are with surface parking. So although at first glance and even by area of parkland per person, it's a neighborhood that's really rich with greenness, and we really want to create just better access to existing and new green spaces, promote walkability, provide areas of refuge from heat, and extend that greenness further into the public realm. So getting to our strategies, firstly, we're calling these tentatively as green spines. So on the map on the right, you'll see these as green overlays on Jane and on Finch. You can see in the top left picture of Jane Street today that these streets are quite green. There's generous landscape, there's trees, the buildings are set back from the street. So we want to propose formalizing and keeping that amount of green space because it's a critical part of the character of these 2 streets, and to use it as an opportunity to rethink the overall streetscape of these streets and make them into complete streets and what that looks like for Jane Finch. Eglinton West on the bottom is a good example of that kind of deep green setback. Next, we have new parks. With incoming development, we'll have the opportunity to shape new parks and identify priority areas for them, which we've done with these green stars on the map. Like the policy direction says in the top right, these are prioritized in areas with walkability gaps. So we really want to create a green network of spaces. So from the spines we just talked about to the existing system of parks, to schoolyards, to the ravines, all of this will kind of fill in the gaps. We also envision new plazas to come with new development. So we've identified priority areas of those plazas in beige stars on the maps. This strategy can also formalize existing public spaces and gathering spaces like corner commons. That's a picture on the top left, which over the last few summers, the portion of the Jane Finch Mall parking lot has been reused into an event space, seating, shade structures. So we think that existing well-loved community social spaces like these should also be rolled into how we talk about what these future new plazas should look and feel like. There are also many community gardens in the area, and we've used a little yellow flower to indicate these in the area. There are also these well-loved community amenities, and the theme of food and community-based food justice efforts like farming and food production came out of that Phase 1 Ideas report work as well. So we'll continue to explore if these should expand, if there should be more locations, and how can we better integrate this into the fabric of the public realm network. Green Connections. This is part of the city's Loop Trail project. It's one of the priority projects that came out of the Ravine strategy. I believe it's a 81 kilometer off-road multi-use trail connecting the Humber and the Don and the waterfront. So there are portions that fall into the study area, including that portion of the Finch Hydro Corridor that's already built and used, with segments that are being constructed to fill in those gaps. So we can really kind of complete the loop trail within Jane Finch. And you can see that in the dashed orange that's being constructed as part of the Finch West LRT. So this will allow the neighborhood to have better connections to the larger ravine system. And speaking of ravines, we've indicated here on the map in purple arrows existing ravine points. And our next steps are to continue these conversations with the community to understand how these accesses can be improved. How can we celebrate this asset and these entrances into the ravine system, and where new accesses could help residents from the neighborhoods and from the avenues have better and safer use of these spaces. And I'll pass it to Paul to take on the next theme.
Thank you. Thank you, Eunice. When we start to talk about moving within Jane Finch, we're just building up in a kind of traditional sort of way, starting from a pedestrian perspective. And a few images here will help give you a little bit of the flavor that of the sort of neighborhoods more off of the main corridors. And you can start to see some of these things that pop up. First off is the sort of deeper setbacks, generous green space, but you'll see in the top left image, discontinuous sidewalks, often at the minimal substandard sort of 5 or 6 foot width in many places or many locations, often on only a single side of the street. Many of the cut throughs with the sort of chain link fence that do provide connection. So even if we have a lot of these circuitous street networks, there are abilities to connect to neighborhood destinations, schools, and elsewhere through these pedestrian connections. But obviously we've heard questions around safety, lighting, and accessibility in some of those places. And then similarly, looking on the bottom left at some of the sort of school locations and how many of these places that seem connected or open and green are actually subdivided, broken up by various sort of chain link fences, parking lots, and things like that. So it may not be as open and connected as it sort of seems on the aerial photos. All things that hopefully can be addressed. So coming then onto those major corridors, the top image sort of shows that sort of typical condition along Jane, sort of similar to one of the images Eunice showed. Really narrow sidewalks. These don't even meet the current 2.1 meter standards. But something we've heard very loud and clear from the community is that given the kind of road network, everything comes and or ends at Jane or Finch. And so there is a kind of funneling of pedestrian activity. And because of that, the traffic there is actually quite high. And then given demographics and kind of use, you often see people coming in twos and threes, whether it's children, families with strollers, or people with personal aid workers and that thing. And so there's a very clear desire to see much wider than standard sidewalks along these arterials, but also pairing them with the sort of formalized streetscape and the trees that give you the sort of protection to the heat island effect that Eunice identified. Map on the right sort of highlights in green some of those preliminary connections. So how do we connect that main spine to some of the neighborhood area destinations, and then been doing a lot of work identifying ways to sort of thread those through existing apartment neighborhoods while avoiding schools and making sure we're capturing various destinations. So that's an evolving process. Overlaid on top of that as well is in white a series of new streets. So some of the areas just opposite Fir Grove to the east of Fir Grove Park is a master planned project from Toronto Community Housing that's already underway. So that street network has been established. A number of the other ones are at the 3 mall sites. How do you start to subdivide those in a way that provides reasonable development pattern, but also improves walkability? And that's something that's being worked through with the various landowners. Next, we started to look at cycling, and that very loud and clear, there was a sort of message that there needs to be cycling infrastructure, whether it's from cyclists or mostly it was from people walking on Jane and Finch and being run over by people on bikes who simply don't have the space on either street. And then also a very kind of clear comment that the provision of infrastructure that's happened on Finch, so the top image is sort of the construction of Finch that's already underway, is really sort of the bare minimum. We've got a minimum cycle track, a minimum sidewalk, no green space, interrupted by hydro poles. If we're going to do versions of this on Jane, it needs to be more dimensionally generous. And so we've started to look at examples like Eglinton West and parts of Etobicoke, but also the dashed line represents sort of on-street facilities at a neighborhood scale, Driftwood, Norfinch, and other streets that start to get into the amenities or the employment areas, sorry. And then an image from, I guess that's Bryn Morton in Scarborough. And we're really consciously trying to find precedents from neighborhoods of a similar context so that we're not showing kind of Copenhagen, Bloor Street, or Adelaide, etc. Next, we looked at safety, and there's a really extensive map of safety that's been done by the team at Access Planning, looking at intersection improvements, collision rates, things like that, and starting to break those down into opportunities to improve safety with pedestrian movements to cars, but also access to schools is sort of a really strong point. And looking at ways to maybe optimize some of that in sort of temporary conditions, pick up and drop off facilities, that sort of thing. And so we're working through how that happens. And then accessibility is another key component. With the connection or the advent of the LRT, we're actually losing connections across Finch in some places, and can those be reinserted, much to the chagrin of Metrolinx and their operating speeds and numbers and metrics. And so balancing those needs of a kind of regional network and the kind of local conditions is going to be key here. Next.
Paul.
Yep.
You've got about a minute left, but how much time would you like to have?
Can I have 3? And I'll try to do it in 2.
They're yours.
Next, please. So we've broken down the building into sort of 2 very simple categories, areas of low change and high change. Those are going to get subdivided further, and we started to do some preliminary district mapping that looks at kind of more built form characteristics, but we're keeping it simple for now. This largely maps onto the sort of existing neighborhoods that Leah pointed out, although you'll see some of the neighborhoods have been slated for conversion. And it's interesting to note when you look through some of the existing photos that there is an incredible diversity of buildings here. So you've got single family homes, a lot of the duplexes, so at the very top left corner, a lot of duplexes, and then just given the demographics, many of these are sort of multi-generational households, so incredibly high population density in what's sort of perceived as a low density area. And then lastly, kind of large master planned townhouse complex where there is a kind of high risk for redevelopment if they are in sort of consolidated ownership. And so part of our work is going to be identifying some of the, garden suites and other kind of typical strategies that the city has underway, and others will be looking at more sort of targeted, sort of, let's call it gentle intensification, maybe through zoning bylaw changes to permit a townhouse block like the Levitt Goodman buildings from Alex Park. Next, areas of high change, we're looking at, really, this is sort of the major question, was what does an avenue look like in a place that's got these deep setbacks and existing apartment buildings that are likely going to stay? We're not going to get a continuous piece like you may see on St. Clair or Eglinton at a kind of 8+ story piece. And so we're trying to find ways to do that strategic infill that, in the image on the left, Scarlet Road, is about creating a street wall that's maybe a bit tighter to the street versus the other one in Parkview Forest that look to maintain the green setback, but maybe doesn't have that same retail and amenity. And what are the benefits of one versus another, or maybe there's different places for each. And then the last slide here, zooming in on the mall sites, we know these are going to be high density sites. They're likely going to be a combination of mid-rise and tall buildings, but looking at them in a way that's a little bit more than a kind of mixed use done well. We heard very loud and clear that the malls are not just about retail, they're social spaces, they're places where institutions are housed, community gathering happens, or even just informal social stuff, whether it's the seniors walking circle in the mall. And how can those be recreated inside a new subdivided street? And so that's sort of our last question, is really about the nature of these retail streets. And so I'll stop there just in the interests of time. A reminder of our 3 questions, and we're at your disposal. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to move on next to questions of clarification. Panel members, if you have any questions either to the city and or Paul and Eunice, then if you could raise your virtual hand, I'll keep track on the side of my screen here. And I don't see any hands up at the moment. I'll make one more call. Anybody have any questions of clarification? Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe a long question, but maybe a simple answer from the proponent or from the city. Are there any examples in the city where these very valued low-scale malls have been successfully either replicated or incorporated or subsidized to exist again in a new development, so that these, for the most part, for those people who aren't in the neighborhoods, maligned conditions that are so incredibly valuable to the community find their way in the gentrified new condition? Do we know of any that have done that? That's a yes or no from the city, or yes or no from the proponent.
I don't know of any. If any of my colleagues on the call do, please speak up. We're certainly thinking about phasing options to retain those important community assets for as long as possible. And I think that kind of work has been done, thinking carefully about phasing so that change happens in a manner that isn't a wholesale sort of destruction of those assets that communities find really valuable. So we're thinking along those lines.
And Paul,
maybe add
anything from you?
Yeah, I don't know that we have examples in Toronto. We're a little bit early in the cycle, in that there haven't been a lot of mall conversions that are complete and done, other than the sort of shops at Don Mills. There's many under construction, so it remains to be seen. I'd suggest some of the work we did at Mount Dennis, where Choice Reed had the No Frills site, and then the adjacent Creatio property had some interesting ideas about the inclusion of institutional spaces, parkland, and other community assets that looked at a more holistic approach, but we'll see how that translates in implementation. And then beyond that, I think we've seen a number of really good examples in other American cities where the real estate market is just not as intense. And so they're not looking to do wholesale redevelopment, but actually piecemeal infill. Sort of infill on the parking that could be affordable or market, taking over larger department stores by community colleges, and then preserving, a portion of the retail. So it's just a much more gradual transition that happens over time. And so we've looked at some of those precedents, but I think ultimately there's a market reality in Toronto where we're keeping these beyond a sort of intermediate phase is not feasible. It's either 1 story to 40 is sort of the model.
Okay, Michael, does that answer your question?
Maybe a follow-up. Well,
Sure.
sure. Well, I was going to
Absolutely.
and it's Create TO and Modern TO have delivered projects where there were extremely stringent criteria about retention of existing buildings, number of public services offered, all that stuff. And so I wonder whether this made in Jane Finch solution could, for the first time in Toronto, address these valuable community resources in a different way. Anyway, that was.
Okay. Panel members, are there any other questions? I think without any more of those virtual hands up, I'm going to suggest that we move into discussion, and then if you have any questions along the way, you can bring them up. So we have, I think, 6 panel members this afternoon. I'm going to suggest if you self-manage your time, say 4 minutes per person, and if we have time left over, we can circle through again. And the order I'm going to suggest is Jessica, then George, and Jim Goff, Joe, Jim Melvin, and Michael. So Jessica, if you'd like to start.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, this is such a interesting study. I really appreciate being able to see it here today, and really such a rapidly sort of changing place with the LRT advancing. I wanted to take a moment to commend the city and the team for the amount of background information gathered in the various ideas reports. I must admit, I got somewhat sidetracked reviewing them all. There was such a wealth of information available. So that was wonderful. The community engagement as well seems to really have garnered, sort of truly energizing and authentic responses that are really based in this location and this community. And I think, the place-based co-creation approach to this study seems really, really promising. I was glad to hear. Generally, I think the direction is advancing quite positively. I was glad to hear some of the background information on the transportation situation and the metrics that are starting to inform, where this is going and the eventual plan. I think, in terms of the maiden in Jane and Finch Avenue condition, I think it's a terribly interesting component of this project to undertake. I like the dedication of keeping the sort of green setbacks along those green spines, because really we understand the pressures on right-of-ways today and trying to squeeze trees in, and so sort of being able to keep that character and that feature that is going to positively contribute to so many aspects of the public realm, I think is really important. I mean, I don't have a lot to add to it. I think, it's incredibly interesting to get down and into the next scale to understand what that avenue might look like. And then on the topic of retail, I think it's again, looking at retail and the social space of the mall, like maybe there's a different way of calculating how much space is used for social activities in the existing malls and in the parking lots that have been programmed more recently, and how do you calculate that space and then ensure that it somehow comes back or is added to by whatever percentage, or how do you start to sort of maybe look at those numbers and use them to start to inform how these spaces come back, and then how do you start mixing those with all the other really important social spaces, whether they're institutional or parkland, and start to really again focus on that place-based direction. And it was really promising. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica. On to George. Hi, George, you there? Did we lose George? I'm not sure. Okay, hold on, George. Let's go to Jim Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. It is really great to see this kind of planning focus being applied to this area, which, I think could really use some help in and living up to its potential. Focusing on the mobility plan, I do think that seems to be generally hitting the right notes. Looking at the socioeconomic factors in the staff presentation, it was striking, the kind of makeup of the community in terms of family size, income levels, all that sort of thing. So, looking at that through a transportation lens, there's a lot of demands that are not going to be, the community can't satisfy those through auto. So I think the mobility plan really does need to kind of reflect those socioeconomic characteristics and thus focus on sustainable modes as the plan to date does suggest, wider sidewalks, facilities for cycling, all those kinds of things. And equity certainly needs to be a prime focus of that mobility plan to give everybody the opportunity to connect within the secondary plan area, as well as to connect with the broader city outside it. So, things like encouraging private bike rentals before the bike share comes here would be great. Or if you can get a little bike share area going here, that would be even better, But I've seen private bike rental places start to spring up in areas like the junction. So maybe there's a way that can be encouraged in this area. One comment, I would note that the Finch West LRT is also an important component of the mobility plan. I think to connect this community to the broader city. So I think I have to disagree with the idea that operating speeds of the LRT are fundamentally subservient to pedestrian needs here. There really needs to be a comprehensive, balanced plan to, get people moving through the neighborhood, but also get them to an LRT that's going to work functionally and move them quickly and efficiently out to employment and school opportunities and everything else there is across the city. Lastly, with respect to the retail question, I think what I would love to see is small scale, affordable retail spaces that the community can use to develop their own businesses, rather than seeing another array of large scale retail with bland corporate fast food and big box retail. Hopefully Jane Finch can be its own kind of incubator for further enhancement of the community. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I'll quickly look to see whether George has come back, and I don't see him. So we will move on to Joe.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the work that's been brought forward today. Some aspects of it were in particularly wonderful to see the opening graphic, for example, highly accessible, this kind of establishment or the use of graphics to help people see their own place, see their own neighborhood, and understand it, understand how it relates to one piece relates to another, how buildings relate to open space. A kind of fresh approach to the way we represent visualizations about a neighborhood. So that right off the bat, I wanted to commend. I have a little bit of history in the neighborhood, a bit further north, mostly at the Black Creek Farm and with the TRCA, but also in the overall neighborhood for the TRCA doing what was called a SNAP, Sustainable Neighborhood Action Plan, on behalf of the Toronto Conservation Authority and the City of Toronto a number of years ago. Not exactly sure how many, not that many. Which was intended to look at the impacts on Black Creek Ravine, going through this neighborhood and how the neighborhood impacted the ravine and the kind of reciprocity, if you will, back and forth. I would encourage this team, the city staff team, as well as the consultant team to, pull that out, have a look at it, knock out the cobwebs. Interestingly, the TRCA's instinct was flooding, basement flooding, conditions in the ravine, natural conditions would be the highest topic of sustainability, but instead food security was by far the highest concern. The highest rate of diabetes in the city, up till now, really shitty transportation access, no food stores, lots of fast food access, but no real good food stores. And so where that study led was the conclusion that you could actually use about a quarter to a third of the land available in the neighborhood to grow about a third to a quarter of the food necessary to actually feed the population of Jane Finch. In terms of food security. That was the kind of, we looked at the amount of open space and the use of land in terms of actually growing food as a kind of an aspect of how do you make it specific? How do you make it made in Jane Finch? I really like that attitude and that perspective, but I'm just suggesting connect with some previous work and maybe there's some threads you can pick up there. Another thread I would suggest is the Black Creek Ravine. I would observe that I saw a bit of a disconnect between the staff presentation and the consultant presentation. And the disconnect I'm referring to is the consultant presentation focused in on the intersection of Jane Finch and the secondary plan. The staff presentation looked at the larger area up to Steeles and further south and encompassed the larger Black Creek Ravine system and its vast, and I would say underappreciated, underused potential in terms of green connectivity. I would encourage again the team to reach out to Planner Al Rozowski, formerly the chief planner in the north area, now relocated, I understand, but from previous work, know that Al was very dedicated to extending the trail system together with a whole bunch of other people north and south along the Black Creek system. I would encourage more consideration, appreciating the focus on the intersection at Jane Finch. I think there's huge potential up the Jane Finch corridor going north. There seems to be a bias south of Finch as opposed to north. I would encourage more thinking about the connectivity to York University and the TRCA new development at the south end of the Black Creek Farm is a very, very desirable east-west connection that gets the north end of Jane Finch connected to the York Street subway station. I would say that ought to be a very highly desired and identified connection east-west, just to the north of the area that's currently identified. And I think my final observation would be that I really think there's lots of good beginnings here. I think lots of the instincts, all of the diagrams, they're all great beginnings. What I was missing was a really good 3D, a CAD model of this area. And I'm going to pick up on something Michael, I think, said, if I understood correctly, or I want to build on it if I understood. And that is, I think it's finally time Jane Finch is getting this attention. It really deserves it. And I would really encourage the city to invest in a really great smart city model of this place that really looks at its potential in real physical terms. The work we've seen thus far is wonderful. It's inspirational, but it's abstract and at a very high level. And I would just hope and encourage the team to get very real in the next step and develop a highly accurate three-dimensional model in 3D with topography that can help understand what the potential of this place is. Thanks very much for the work thus far.
Great. Thank you, Joe. We're going to move back to George. We missed you.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
No problem.
Had a knock on the door. So like others, and as Mr. Lobko was saying, it's so great to see this level of detail come to this location. It's been needed for a long time, and I agree with lots. I think I actually only want to add one thing, which is the very kind of tactile nature of looking at sidewalks and looking at connections and looking at the various kinds of parks that are there and recognizing some are in bad shape and some are in better shape. Some are more used, some are less used. There's one thing that I wanted to just add in here, and it comes back from discussions I had when we were creating Brickworks. Sometime after it was completed, we were asked if people thought it was franchisable. Meaning, is it a thing that has to exist all by itself, or could it exist someplace else? And those discussions came around to not the suggestion that Brickworks itself was franchisable, but the idea as a community motivator, as a bit of a magnet, as a place to bring people together to facilitate change was. And it was interesting in those discussions, I've had about 3 of them over the years, that idea keeps getting applied. People keep bringing up this area and saying, wouldn't it be wonderful if this area could have a Brickworks? Now, it would be, of its own kind. And it's certainly a very different thing than the very tactile little changes, but there's so much land here. You've got interesting relationships with valleys. You have institutional users like TRCA and others. Maybe this also needs a kind of really robust, very imaginative, quite hard to do idea, but to bring something into this neighborhood of the value and quality and sustainable ability to bring a community together that Brickworks has. And you'd have to search for where it is. You'd have to search for what it is. But I think it would be a really great addition to this community. There are others, Witchwood Barns, which Joe, you know a lot about, provides the same kind of focus. It's not really a park. It's not really a community center. It's a kind of place to gather. It's a place that you bring a whole bunch of people to. I think this neighborhood needs to be helped through to get it. And the reason I say that is it takes a lot of effort from a lot of places that aren't here to establish something like that. And I think that this study could start to articulate where that would come from and how it might actually work. And while I don't, over the years, I guess over 15 years, I've decided Brickworks is not franchisable, but I think that the idea and what it means is. And it's just a suggestion for you. I think you'd have the opportunity to start the process of making something like that happen. And maybe it has something to do with what Mr. Lobko is trying to do, which is to go up to that place where an institution's been in place in the valley for a long time, doing certain kinds of things to see if in fact you found your first level of partners that might make it happen. Other than that, I think it's wonderful. I think this kind of grassroots understanding of a place is really important, especially here. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, George. We're going to move back then to Jim Melvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation, folks. I'm really unfamiliar with this area, so I had a little difficulty interpreting the graphics and the fine little changes that each map brought. So that kind of confused me a bit as why parks were happening where they were happening and access routes were happening where they are being proposed or being But I understand that it's more of a standard. And when I look at the plan graphics, the graphics seem almost like stickies. You've put a sticky here and you put a sticky here, but they're not really sticky. They're more, each one of those little park dots probably has its own unique ability. And I think that's kind of what we just heard from George, and that each area might have something smaller or something that is more unique to it. One might, and if it's in a recreational sense, one might be a splash pad, one might be a baseball diamond, but it's green space nonetheless. So because of that, I wasn't quite sure why some of the gathering spaces were being proposed, or why there was a market garden on one corner and not on another. I think when we get to those things, the general assumption of this study is that these are more of a guideline to indicate what ideally would happen in those areas and how that might happen. Putting all four community, what are those, the plazas, putting all those plazas at the Jane Finch intersection, I'm not sure is the exact solution, but I think what you're saying is you want gathering space, because all of the plans indicate that people migrate to this. And then what kind of buildings will make that happen? I think you could even go to, again, well, I'll use George's example of the brickworks. You might even use containerized idea just to test some of these spaces out, and they become movable and usable throughout the neighborhood. So that's one thing. What does a Maiden Jane Finch Avenue look like? Hard to say. I think just Finch itself would have a different character as you moved along it. And it certainly, as you into the western areas, you're into more of the Eglinton West kind of section and development. But I think when you get down into the core of Jane and Finch, that you might look to kind of development. Too bad Ralph wasn't on this one, because Ralph knows how to redevelop these plazas. But you might look at something that is happening at the Mervish Center, where the stores of the spaces are smaller and much more adaptable to use. There is some higher density. The density is put around green spaces. When it comes to community gardens, you can use community gardens on roofs, and that might be something that becomes a requirement of any redevelopment, that a redevelopment has to provide so much community garden space for the new tenants. And what does the future of retail? I think there is street frontage retail, as you indicated on your plan, but I think there will also be the little corner pocket retail, kind of the hangout where you go after school, and the little smoke shops, those kind of things that will start to bring life to areas, but there'll be small little street corner, like side street corners. In terms of greening Eglinton or Finch, greening Finch and Jane, not sure those are the green streets that you want to always have green. I think a green connection between the Finch corridor, so some north-south smaller green connections, making some of those existing streets green streets, like linear parks or linear parkways, would be a possible solution. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Jim. And last but not least, on to Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I echo my colleague's view that there's a very compelling way to express the community engagement the research and the aspirational goals that can be brought to find a made in Jane Finch solution. So you get the feeling from the report that there's that it's working from first principles, that it's intensely granular, that its attempt is to shift a perspective away from the known to hope for something that might not yet be known, that is absolutely particular to this neighborhood and will improve areas that aren't subject to fast development, and then give a clue for those areas that are going to receive more intense development about how to really connect to the Jane Finch character and the Jane Finch neighborhood. Many of the observations made in the greening section acknowledged indirectly that it is an area dominated by regional collectors, very wide streets, very light sidewalks, and pedestrian challenging environments to walk along. So, and green spaces had a lot of priority in the presentation. One of the things about the regional collectors that are serving Jane Finch is that they have in them the strip malls and the green edges that much of urban planning south of Jane Finch has been trying to correct, and have become continuous retail street walls with buildings above, and that the green space is something that you get maybe. And I wonder whether something that's possible here is a really strong declaration that, and I've used this term before, and I'm not sure I'm using it correctly, but if there is a way to create on either side of these regional collectors a landscape urbanism where intense, clear, spatially defined environments are creating enjoyable spaces for the pedestrian, independent from all of the traffic that needs to be there, so that the space required for that is declared early and is part of any future development, so that it isn't compromised by overhang or all the other things that we see in the southern part of the city. So is it possible that the character defining element of this place is something that's sustained, even though it was a residual result of other kind of planning strategies, that it's something that's actually sustained and becomes a character? I wonder about that. I wonder because many neighborhoods have tried to occupy the edges of very wide regional collectors unsuccessfully. Is this one place where it can be done well, extremely well, and extends the landscape, the shade, all of those things that are aspired to and sometimes achieved in the neighborhood, actually become the urban design defining element here? Maybe it's a possibility. And lastly, I would say those strip malls is something that we have tried for a generation to correct, but we know that in certain neighborhoods, they are the community center. How does one recognize in the development the economy, which is obviously a part of it, but also the scale of these mall types, that they can find some way to be retained? We've heard from the team, not likely in the mall redevelopment. What is the way that those community centers are a part of the plan? Where do they go? How are they part of a successful regeneration that doesn't wipe it all out when the mall redevelopment occurs? So I leave you with those two questions, and I thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. This has been a fascinating afternoon. Thank you to the city for these three projects that have come before us. There's always a thread, and there's always an interest, because there are projects that are extremely demanding and need to be completely rethought, which we've seen today. And perhaps one that has been too pragmatic and it's got all the bits and pieces on the drawings, but it hasn't got the vision. And then the next one where there's this amazing vision, but there are a lot of questions about how you actually get it done. And then this one, which is in a funny way, maybe the one that we will learn the most from, that we should pay the most attention to, not to neglect the others, but that there could be in this project, in this study, and in the realization of it, the beginning of many, many things that could be applied someplace else. Lessons learned that could give us those aha moments as the city changes. And that's really fascinating I think, to people. And I think it's come through in the comments from the panel members. There's no vote on this. There, in a way, there doesn't need to be a vote on it because it is good. As people have mentioned, the graphics are clear, they're engaging. In many cases, we see projects where there's a vitality in the area that's being studied, but the study itself does not become a portrait of that vitality or the hope of that area. And this one seems to do that. And I think that's great because we sort of see that as a portrait or a calling card for the way in which the team is actually thinking about how they take their professions and offer them and contribute them to this particular neighborhood. So you're off to a really great start. And it is with great interest, I think, that the panel and others will pay very close attention to this, because just in some of the things you've described this afternoon, there are the beginnings of, as Michael had said as an example, with wide suburban streets, a way of actually thinking about them differently, and instead of trying to just simply urbanize and lose all of the things that people actually want in a neighborhood. And it sounds like the people who live in this neighborhood know their neighborhood and they know what they want it to be. They know what they don't want it to be. And that's really important. So thank you. Thank you very much for bringing this forward this afternoon. George, you have your virtual hand up.
Just one question. Leah at the beginning said that there were much larger packages. Are they available somewhere that someone could get to read them? In your presentation, Leah, you said these are snapshots of much larger pieces of work. Where are the larger pieces of work? Are they available?
They are. So if you go to toronto.ca/Jane Finch, you'll see a link there for the ideas report. You can read the whole report itself, but you need to clear a bit of time to do that, George. So you can also find on that website booklets on each of the themes. And those are 4 or 5 pages, 2 or 3 pages sometimes on each theme that you can pull out, laying out the policy directions of what we've done so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. And with that, just add thanks to the teams that have presented this afternoon and to this one here. And we look forward to seeing this come back to us again many times.